reason why is one, I think it gives out a little bit more information about what's going on, and two, it gives you a better chance to at least voice some more, so you're not like not doing anything.
Yay.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Let's see. Roku.
My puppy is very happy to be on the lap right now.
What kind?
He's a Pomeranian Maltese. He's just a
Aw.
little guy though.
My dog
I
is a
wanna
Yorkshire
pet
Terrier
it.
Maltese.
I wanna pet it.
Do you have pictures?
I don't. Well, I do. I'll have to
Oh.
find them though. They're somewhere.
Alright.
Okay, never mind. I'll figure it out soon. I should just get this started now, though.
We got this.
Not suitable for children, or those are easily disturbed.
I'm both. I'm only one, technically.
Okay, so I got one save here and one save here. One's for Yuri's route, one's for Sayori's. I don't remember which one's which, so I'm just gonna pick whatever.
La 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 la.
All right, so I guess we're starting here. So go ahead, Monica.
Hi again, Brox. Glad to see you didn't run away on us.
Nah, don't worry about it. This might be a little strange for me, but at least I keep my word. Well, I'm back into literature club again.
Again.
I was the last one to come in, so everyone else was already hanging out.
Thanks for keeping your promise, Drox. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it.
Oh, come on, like he deserves any slack. Sayori told me you didn't even want to join any clubs this year. And last year, too. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what. But if you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it.
Natsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps her manga collection in the club room.
Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying manga and manga.
Manga is literature!
Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops back to her seat.
Don't worry, guys. Rex always gives it his best as long as he's having fun. He helps me with busy work without me even asking. Like cooking, cleaning my room.
How dependable.
Sayori, that's because your room is so messy. It's distracting.
Hey!
And you almost set your house on fire. Do you remember that?
Wait, no! I did
Yeah? Those
not.
eggs? The eggs that you tried to make last time?
I did not!
Just up and catch flames? How do you even catch an egg on fire?
I don't even!
Anyway.
Is that so?
You two are really good friends, aren't you? I might be a little jealous.
How come? You and Drox can become good friends too.
Sayori, come on. As usual, Sayori seems oblivious to the weird situation she just put me into.
Oh! Yuri even brought you something today, you know?
Wait, Sayori.
Wait, me?
Not really.
Don't be shy.
It's really nothing.
What is it?
Never mind. Sayori made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. please. What do I do?
I'm sorry, Yuri. I wasn't thinking.
I guess that means it's up to me to rescue the situation. Again. Hey, Yuri, listen, don't worry about it, alright? First of all, I wasn't expecting anything in the first place. So any nice gesture from you is a pleasant surprise. It'll make me happy no matter what.
Is that so?
Yeah. I won't make it a big deal if you don't want it to be.
Alright. Well, here.
Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book.
I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that you thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention, even if you don't usually read.
Young
And
adult
we could, you
novel.
know,
Bam, chicka, wah, wah.
discuss it if you wanted.
Discuss. Knowing me.
Sayori, don't make this situation any worse than it already is.
Wait, this sounds like something Natsuki would say.
This is... How is this girl actually being cute by accident? She even picked out a book she thinks I'd like, despite me not reading much. Hey Yuri, well, thanks. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically took the book. Take the book.
Well, you can read it at your own pace. No rush. I look forward to hearing what you think about it.
Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monica to kick off something scheduled for the club. I messed up my words, but whatever. Sayori and Monica are having a cheery conversation in a corner. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around in a closet. I'm really curious to talk about Yuri a little bit more. Okay, so this is Yuri's route. But at the
Yeah.
same time, I would feel bad for distracting her from reading.
My book.
I catch a glimpse of her cover of the book. It looks like the same book that she lent me. More than that, she seems to be in the first few pages. Crap. I think she noticed me looking at her. She sneaks another glance at me, and our eyes meet for just a second. That only makes her hide her face deeper in the book. Sorry. I was just, kind of spacing out. I mutter this, sensing I made her uncomfortable.
Oh. It's fine. If I was focused, then I probably wouldn't have noticed in the first place. But I'm just rereading a bit of this, so...
That's the book that you gave me, right?
Mm-hmm. I wanted to reread some of it. Not for any particular reason.
Just curious. How come you have 2 copies of the same book?
Well, when I stopped at the bookstore yesterday... that's not what I meant. I just happened to buy 2 of them.
Oh, okay, I see. There's something fairly obvious here that Yuri isn't telling me, but I decide to let it go. I'll definitely start reading it soon.
I'm glad to hear. Once it starts to pick up, you might have a hard time putting it down. It's a very engaging and relatable story.
Is that so? What's it about anyway,
Well...
Yuri closes the book and scans her eyes over the back. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah, this sounds very Russian.
There's an ominous looking eye symbol on the front cover too. Bit strange.
Alright. I just wanted to make sure I don't accidentally spoil anything. Basically, it's about this girl in high school who moves in with her long-lost younger sister. But as soon as she does, her life gets really strange. She gets targeted by these people who escaped from a human experiment prison. And while her life is in danger, she needs to desperately choose who to trust. No matter what she does, she ends up destroying most of her relationships and her life starts to fall apart.
Kind of. That's kind of dark, isn't it? Yuri made it sound and whole. Okay, hold up. Let's see. I dare one of your viewers to donate 1 bit and make donation text. I have crippling depression.
What?
Well, I mean, if one of my viewers wants to do that, sure, but they don't need to. Also, hi Kiki, welcome to the stream. I didn't notice you yet, but now I do. Alright, so, where was I? Alright, okay, hold on. Yuri made it sound like it was going to be a nice story, so that dark turn came from out of nowhere. Oh, an iDubbbz meme, okay, that's what it's about.
Was it
Not
written
familiar
by?
with.
Was it written by M. Night Shyamalan?
Probably. Also, I am aware of the iDubbbz meme. The thing is, I haven't heard that meme in so long, I don't know what you were talking about. Having my points for... Oh, no. Saving points. Alright, well, I mean, if you're gonna save your points for that, then fine. Back to the story. Yuri gently giggles all of a sudden.
Are you not a fan of that sort of thing, Drox?
No, it's not that. I mean, I can definitely enjoy these kinds of stories, so don't worry.
I hope so.
Yeah, I totally forgot that Yuri's into those things. She's so shy and reclusive on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different.
It's just that those kinds of stories, they challenge you to look at life from a strange new perspective. When horrible things happen, not just because someone wants to be evil, but because they have their own goals or their own philosophy that they believe in. Then suddenly, when you thought you related to the protagonist, they're made to be they're made out to be the naive one for letting one-sided morals interfere with the villain's plan. I'm kind of rambling, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry.
Hey, listen, don't apologize, you're fine. I haven't lost interest in anything, really.
Well, I guess it's alright then. But I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem. When I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts, I kind of forget to pay attention to other people. So I'm sorry if I end up saying something strange. And please stop me if I start talking too much.
Well, that's... well, I mean, I really don't think you need to worry. That just means you're passionate about something. About reading, specifically. The least I can do is listen. It's a literature club after all, right? I mean, what else are you supposed to do in a literature club than talk about books?
That's... Well, that's true.
In fact, I might as well get started reading this, right?
You don't have to.
What are you going to say? What are you saying? Of course I'm going to start. Just a moment ago, you said you were looking forward to it on top of that, right? Let me just get the book. I quickly retrieved the book that I had put in my bag. Alright, it's fine if you sit here, right? It's fine if I sit here, right? I slip into the seat next to Yuri's.
Yeah.
Are you sure? You seem a little, apprehensive.
I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want you to. It's just something I'm not very used to. That is reading in company of someone.
Oh, okay, see. Well, just tell me if I end up distracting you or anything.
I will.
I open the book and start the prologue. I soon understand what Yuri means about reading in company. It's as if I can feel her presence over my shoulder as I read. It's not a particularly bad thing, though. Maybe a little distracting, but the feeling is somewhat comforting. Yuri is in the corner of my eye. I realize she's not actually looking at her own book. I glance over just slightly. It looks like she's reading from my book instead.
Sorry. I was just.
Yuri, you've really. Sorry, hold up. God damn it. Yuri, you really apologize a lot, don't you? There we go. That's what I was trying to say.
I do? I don't really mean to. Sorry. I mean,
You can go again
Harry is
apologizing.
secretly Canadian.
Anyway, here. This should work, right? I slide my desk up until it's right up against Yuri's. Then hold my book more between the two of them.
I suppose so.
Yuri timidly closes her own copy. Once we each lean in a little bit, our shoulders are almost touching. It feels like my left arm is in the way, so instead I use my right hand to hold the book open. I guess that makes it kind of difficult to turn the page.
Here.
Yuri takes her left arm and holds the left side of the book between her thumbs and forefinger. Ah. I do the same with my right arm, on the right side of the book. That way, I turn the page and Yuri slides it under her thumb after I flip the other side. Flip to her side. There we go. But in holding it like this, we're huddled even closer together than before. It's actually kind of distracting me. I mean, there's all sorts of things distracting me right now, but I mean, this is the most distracting.
Oba.
It's as if I can feel the warmth of Yuri's face, and she's in the corner of my vision. Are you ready? Oh, sorry.
Just turn the page?
Oh, right. Sorry. I think I got a bit distracted for a second. Yeah, just for a second. I glance over to Yuri's face again, and our eyes meet. I don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her. Damn it, man!
That's okay.
Again. I'm messing up.
That's okay.
Okay. Also, there's a YouTube video link, and I'm not gonna click that right now because I'm still doing this.
You're not as used to reading as I am, right? I don't mind being patient if it takes you a little bit longer. It's probably the least I can do. Since you've been so patient with me.
Yeah. If you look at the picture, you can actually see her face expression change and stuff too.
She's so cute. I
Thanks.
mean me.
I guess so. We continue reading. Yuri no longer asks me if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume that she's finished the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. My thumb gently turning the page, letting it flutter over to her side as she catches it under her own thumb. Hey, Yuri. This might be a silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me of you a little bit.
You think so? How does she?
Well, I guess she's more blunt in a lot of ways. But she also second guesses all of the things that she says and does. She likes she's afraid she'll do something wrong. It's not like I see into your head or anything, but it kind of reminds me of your mannerisms.
I see.
Yuri remains silent for a moment.
Dmdrox. That's probably a terrible thing to have in common with her. It's so embarrassing that you think that.
Wait, well, hold on, wait. I didn't mean it in a bad way or anything. Well, anyway, sorry. I really didn't know you were self-conscious about that sort of thing. I guess I more meant that, it's kind of mm, cute.
What are you saying?
You know what he's saying, girl. Okay, everyone.
Uh,
I think it's about time we share today's poems with each other. We might not have enough time if we wait too long.
Yuri excels, expires from. Yuri excels, spread from finishing her thoughts. Spared. Sorry, spared.
Is that alright, Yuri? You look kind of down. I'm so sorry if you haven't been looking forward to this.
it's not that. It's fine.
Yuri releases her hand from the book, causing it to close on top of my thumb. Alright. I guess I'll do some more reading tonight. Or would you prefer I only read it with you?
I guess I don't have too much of a preference either way.
In that case, I'll read a little more tonight. It'll be more fun to read with you after it picks up a bit, you know?
That's a good reason. In that case, feel free to finish the first 2 chapters in your own time.
Alright. I stand up. I make a mental note of where I left off on the book, then slip it back into my bag.
By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night?
Oh, just a second. I'm going to turn you up a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
It's just a little quiet on my end.
Okay. Let me know when it's fine.
It's okay. Alright, go ahead, say something.
Okay. Hello?
I think that works. Okay, let's go for it.
Okay, good. Okay, by the way, did you remember to write a poem last night?
Yeah. My relaxation ends. I can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. I couldn't really find much inspiration since I've never really done this before.
Well, now that everyone's ready, why don't you find someone to share with?
I can't wait!
Sayori and Monica enthusiastically pull out their poems. Sayori's on one. Sayori's a wrinkled sheet of loose leaf torn from a spiral book. On the other hand, Monica wrote hers on a composition notebook. I can already see Monica's pristine handwriting from where I sit. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags. I do the same myself. Who should I show my poem to first? No, seriously, who should I show it first?
Go in order.
Order? Okay, so Sayori down to Monica?
Yes.
Sounds like
Okay.
a plan.
Alright. Let's see, chat's saying to do Yuri first, though.
Oh, I mean, if you're gonna read everything.
I mean, I'll have to listen eventually.
Yeah.
Well, true. Okay, let's go. Sayori first, then. Sorry, chat.
Yay!
I'm most comfortable with sharing with Sayori first. She's my good friend, after all.
Dmdrox. Are you sure this is your first time?
Well, yeah, of course. It's not that good. Am I the kind of guy who would be writing poems in his spare time? Just
I
go,
guess you're
no.
right. I guess you're right.
I guess.
But that's why it impressed me. If you know what I mean. Well, to be honest, I was afraid that you wouldn't do it seriously. Or that you wouldn't write one at all. I'm really happy that you wrote one. It just reminds me of how you're really a part of the club now.
Not to mention the fact that I'm standing in front of you in the club room. Well, of course. I keep dinging that bottom part for some reason. I'm not really into it yet, but that doesn't mean I'll break my promise.
See? It's like I said before, Drox. Deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? Trying new things like this for other people? That's something that only really good people do.
Thanks, Sayuri. I'm not sure if Sayuri sees the full picture of my motive here. Then again, I can't deny that she's part of the reason why I joined. Knowing how much this means to her and all, you know?
Yeah! And I'm gonna make sure you have lots of fun here, okay? That will be my way of thanking you.
Alright. I'm going to hold you to that then.
Yay!
That came out awkward, but oh well.
Well then, now you'll read my poem too, right?
Don't
Don't
worry.
worry.
Oh, sorry. God damn.
No. I said that you're really good at this. Where on the other hand, you don't have to worry because I'm really bad at this.
Oh, right. Well, we'll see about that as well. And then...
Dear Sunshine. Wait, do I have to read this or?
Nah, you don't need to. We already went through this before.
Oh, right, okay.
Sayuri. This is just a guess, but did you wait until this morning to write this?
No. Just a little bit.
You can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question.
Oh, I forgot to do it last night.
Well, at least this makes me feel a little better about myself.
Hey, don't be mean.
The shade.
I still try my best.
Yeah. I didn't mean to say that it was a bad poem. It came out nice, or how should I put it? It sounds just like you, really.
Really?
Yeah. Especially that last line.
I made eggs and toast. See?
And
I didn't burn down the house down.
not this time. Even though you were late to school.
I had to skip breakfast. I get all cranky and stuff.
Well, I guess there's no point in arguing. Anyway, thanks for showing me. Alright, so, let's see. That was so much fun. Okay,
Wait,
hold on, wait, I'm just gonna skip through this a little bit real quick. I wanna check on your audio real quick, on,
Me?
Mana's audio.
Okay.
Yeah. Chat, can you hear her just fine? Just let me know if I need to turn up her volume again.
Hi, Drox. Having a good time so far?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestion for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay?
Up just a little. She talks quiet like me. Okay, so I have to turn you up a little bit more.
Okay. Yeah,
Let's
as I
see.
said, also my main mic broke today, so I'm trying my best with my headset.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. All right, chat. How about now? Let's go ahead and get you to another. There you go. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Of course, I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in.
Anyway, want to share your poem with me?
She sounds better? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Alright. So this is a good volume then.
Nice.
It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to.
Don't worry, Drax. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? But it's that sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past soon.
Yeah, that's true. I had Monica my poem.
Great job, Drax. I was going, oh, in my head while reading it. It's really metaphorical. I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you.
It's easiest for me to keep everyone's expectations low. That way, it'll always count when I put some sort of effort into my work.
That's not very fair. Well, I guess it worked anyway. You know that Yuri likes to like this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Unlike Sayori, who likes using simple and direct words to describe happiness and sadness.
Hey!
Yuri likes it when readers are left to derive their own meaning out of it. It's very challenging to write like that effectively. Both allowing people to get something out of it just by feel, or letting them deeply analyze all of the nuances. It can take you years of practice, which I'm assuming Yuri has at this point. I never really asked though.
Oh, I'm sure you nowhere near her level. Sorry. Yeah, but I mean, I'm nowhere near her level right now.
Don't worry so much about that. You do your own thing. YOLO, bro. Just keep exploring and learn by trying new things.
I'm sure I'll end up trying different things a lot. It would take a while before I feel comfortable doing this.
That's okay. I'd love to see you try new things. That's the best way to find the kind of style that suits you. Everyone else might be a little biased toward their own kind of styles, but I'll always help you find what suits you the most. So don't force yourself to write the way everyone else wants you to write. It's not like you have to worry about impressing them or anything.
Okay, also, pumpkin. Or pump. Is it pumpkin? Well, I'll just pronounce it pumpkin for now. Welcome to the stream. To answer your question, no, this is not a blind run. I'm just kind of rerunning over for Yuri's route, and I'm going to do Sayori's route next. Then after that, I'm going to go into the second half of DokiDoki Literature Club. But that's kind of what's going on right now. Also, again, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here.
Anyway, do you want to read my poem now?
Don't worry, I'm not very good.
Oh, that was.
Oh, sorry. Wait, yes, that's what you said.
It's fine.
God damn it. I'm seeing.
Stealing the spotlight. Oh, wait a minute. You're the main star here.
See, you sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good.
Well, that's because I have to sound confident. That doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know?
I see. Well, let's read it then. Alright. So, do you want to read this? Since you didn't get a chance to read it before, since you weren't here when we started?
Yeah, sure. I'll be
Alright.
all fancy about it. Hole in the wall. It couldn't have been me. See, the direction the sparkle protrudes. A noisy neighbor? An angry boyfriend? I'll never know. I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No, I can't see. I reel, blind, like a film left out in the sun. But it's too late. My retinas. Already scorched with a permanent copy of the meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep, stretching forever into everything. A whole of infinite choices. I realize now that I wasn't looking in. I was looking out, and he, on the other side, was looking in. So, what do you think?
It's very freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for this feedback.
It's okay. Yeah, that kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on the timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful.
What was the inspiration behind this one?
Uh, well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say that I had some kind of epiphany recently.
Epiphany.
Yeah, I don't have
Epiphany?
English is hard.
Epiphany. It's okay.
This is not my main language. I'm practicing. It's been influencing my poems a bit.
And empathy? Empathy?
Epiphany?
God damn it, now I can't say this keeps happening.
I messed you
Every
up.
time we get to this part.
Epiphany.
Like,
Epiphany.
yeah, epiphany. But like when someone else says it wrong, then I start saying it wrong. It's like
It's a
Epiphany.
pandemic. Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone is better friends with each other. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day.
should I do it?
Hmm?
Should I do the well, you guys don't know about it, but should I do the little chime?
Yes, do it.
Do what you gotta do.
Okay. Okay, do what I do. Alright. Monica's writing tip of the day.
Beautiful. Sometimes, when writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy up later. Tidy up, I don't know. Anyway,
Tidy up.
another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening.
That was Monica's writing tip of the day. Alright, Natsuki, you're next.
Drox, if you're not going to take this club seriously, then go home.
What? Harsh.
What? You expect me to believe that you actually put effort into this? You think I'm stupid?
Yes. I mean, I'm not a writer. Maybe it's not very good, but yeah, I did put some effort into it. We all start somewhere, right? If you're still proud of the first poem you ever wrote, then I'd like to read it. Painful to think about?
Fine. Well, sorry. You'll get better anyway. I tell you what to improve, but you're better off just trying again.
Fair enough. Well, to each their own, I guess. Anyway,
I guess
Oh,
I gotta
sorry.
share mine now. Knowing you, you'll probably think it's stupid. Eagles can fly, monkeys can climb, crickets can leap, horses can race, owls can seek, cheetahs can run, eagles can fly, people can try, but that's about it. Yeah. I told you that you weren't gonna like it.
well, I mean, I kinda like it.
What? Just be honest.
I am. Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it?
Well, because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. So people don't even take my writing seriously.
But isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid.
Yes, exactly. I like when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem. Seeing everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it.
Yeah, I understand.
But the other nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I set up for a rhyme at the end, but then made it fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line.
So you did. I guess more went into this than I realized.
That's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something. Didn't
Thanks.
expect that from the youngest
sorry.
one here, did you?
Yeah, I guess not. Although I don't know if being younger equates to you being the shortest one here as well, but I decided to humor her with that last comment. I didn't really care about how old everyone is, but if Natsuki's feeling proud, then I won't take that away from her. Finally, a Yuri.
Yes.
Oh, hold up. I clicked the wrong side of the screen. Okay, there we go. As Yuri reads the poem, I notice her eyes lighten.
That was exceptional.
Was... what?
Someone is biased.
Huh? Did I say that out loud?
Yuri first covers her mouth, but then ends up covering her whole face. Oh, that's you still, just kind of in your head.
Okay. He's gonna hate me.
You really didn't do anything wrong, Yuri.
Huh? I guess you're right. What am I getting so nervous for?
Yuri takes a breath.
So, what kind of writing experience do you have? Your use of imagery and metaphors indicate you've written a lot of poetry before.
Oh, really? Wow. Oh, that's a huge compliment coming from you. This is actually my first time, really.
Huh?
Yuri stares at me blankly, then looks at my poem again.
Well, I know that. I just meant,
Yuri trails off, unable to find an excuse. She traces her finger along the words in the poem, as if breaking it down more thoroughly.
yeah. Okay. This is the reason I was able to tell. It's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and they form fit the two together. The end result is that both the style and the expressiveness are weakened.
Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stammering is completely gone, and she sounds like an expert.
Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice, and learning by example, and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a little biased, though.
Bias? How?
Well, Never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that.
Indeed. Keep your
Sorry.
goodness up, girl.
I don't know, it's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri is apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now?
Please do. I love to share my thought process behind it.
Yuri smiles dreamily, as if that's a rare opportunity for her. Which herself is kind of funny. Which in itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club?
You want me to read it?
Do you want to?
I can try. I have
Alright,
to
if you want.
stare at it and try to read the cursive.
Oh, okay. Not good with cursive?
Ghosts? Not always.
Mhm.
Ghosts under the light. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow. Bathing. It must be this one. The last remaining streetlights have withstood the test of time. The last yet to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe, calm, breathing air of the present, but living in the past. The light flickers, and I flicker back.
Alright, you did pretty good. You didn't do anything wrong, as far as I can tell.
I'm sorry I have such terrible handwriting.
What? I wasn't thinking about that at all. But
It took you a
sorry.
long time to read.
Well, I just don't read script very often. You know, I read those baby books, remember? I actually think your handwriting is pretty.
Huh?
That's...
That's
Oh, sorry.
a relief.
No, I keep speaking up before you guys do. Alright, I like the poem. Also, I like the poem. Even though it's so short, it was really descriptive.
It wasn't too short. I usually write longer poems.
Not at all.
I'm really glad you like it. I'll be honest. Since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little bit more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose.
Are you into Ghost Yuri?
Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Drox.
Really? I must have totally missed a point then.
Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But remember that poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences into their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost. Lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past. And soon to be left with nothing.
That's, well, that's a lot more wholesome, putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. That's impressive.
Huh? It's nothing really. Yours was impressive too, so...
Nah, I mean, it's not impressive enough to be shown on screen, so, I mean, if anything, I could probably learn a thing or two from you.
You think so?
Yeah, I know so.
You know,
I do know.
I was really nervous about doing all this. But in the end, I enjoyed it. I'm gonna keep doing my best for you, Drox.
Okay, well, me too then. For myself. Phew! I guess that's everyone. I glanced around the room. It was a little more stressful than I anticipated. It's as if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing ability. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club after all. I guess that's what I end up getting myself into. Across the room, Sayori and Monica are happily chatting. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows frown in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly.
What's with this language?
Huh? Did you say something?
Oh, it's nothing.
Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand.
I guess you could say it's fancy.
Thanks. Yours is cute.
Cute. Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute?
Are you sure it's not never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down? You sure it's not that?
Oh no. You don't need a rickroll right now.
I knew that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice.
You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say?
Oh.
Thanks, but it didn't really come out nice at all.
Well, I do have a couple suggestions.
If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Sayori liked it. And Drox did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all...
Excuse me? I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless of course I come across something particularly inspiring. Which I haven't yet. And Dmdrox liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it.
Natsuki suddenly stands up.
Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri.
Huh? That's not what I... You just...
Yuri stands up as well.
Maybe you're just jealous that Dmdrox appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours.
And how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? And are you that full of yourself?
No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy.
Sayori?
Also, just give me a moment. But is everybody okay?
Well, you know what? I wasn't the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Dmdrox started showing up.
Natsuki!
Natsuki, that's a little...
This doesn't involve you!
Oh yeah, that's right. We're waiting for Miss Sayori to come back, I think.
My fight or flight right now is peaked. Because I hate high school girls with a passion, and so my fight or flight immediately started triggering.
Bad memories.
I started feeling hella offended. It's like, I didn't even do anything!
Yeah.
You can relate to the character pretty well.
I'm so not good at sounding aggressive.
I
I was
mean,
trying
neither is-
so hard for Von Karma. This is
Oh
I'm
my
not
God.
prepared.
Sorry,
But
I
you
have
know,
to-
you did a
I have
good
to
job
take
with
a
Von
call,
Karma, though.
but
Yeah.
guys, I don't like fighting you guys.
Oh, hey, she's back.
Yeah.
Suddenly, both girls turned towards me as if they noticed I was standing there.
bad.
That's not true. She started it. If she could get over herself and learn to appreciate that simple writing is more effective, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What's the point in making your poems all convoluted for no reason? The meaning should jump out at the reader, not force him to have it figure it out. Help me explain that to her, Drox.
Wait. There's a reason we have so many deep and expressive words in our language. It's the only way to convey complex feelings and meaning most effectively.
Yeah, I'll give you a... I was just gonna say,
Avoiding them.
you. That's a good language word, isn't it? A big word.
Avoiding them is not only unnecessarily limiting yourself, it's also a waste. You understand that, right, Drox?
Like you're a waste.
Oh, how did I get dragged into this in the first place? It's not like I know anything about writing, but whoever I agree with, they'll probably think more highly of me. So if I chose who it's going to be, okay, seriously though, who should I pick? The first time we did this, I picked Sayori, but
You're gonna pick Natsuki.
Yuri.
That's
Oh,
cute.
God.
I'm gonna say Yuri. I'm going for Yuri.
If
Okay.
You wanna
I'm
get
trying to do
slapped
the
upside the
close my
head?
eyes trick. To close my eyes trick. Hold on.
You have a random number generator between 1 and 3.
Who's gonna be?
Okay, there.
Yay!
Oh, it was me!
See, Natsuki,
Nice.
Was it me? Or am I in trouble?
you're right that I like your poem.
See?
Wait. That's not an excuse for you to be so mean.
Fuck you.
You shouldn't pick a fight just because someone's opinion is different.
Double fuck you. That's not what happened at all! Yuri wouldn't even take my poem seriously.
I understand. Yuri,
Huh?
you're a seriously talented writer.
I know.
It's not a secret that I was impressed.
Get a room.
Well, that's...
But here's the thing. No matter how simple or refined someone's writing style is, refined, there we go. Yes, refined. Simple or refined someone's writing style is, they're still putting feeling into it. And it's because it becomes something really personal.
This bitch wants to get thrown out the window.
Anyway, that's why Natsuki felt threatened when you said her poem was cute.
I see. No, I don't. I didn't notice that. I'm sorry. No.
But Natsuki, you took it way too far. Yuri means well, and if you just told her how you felt, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place.
Are you kidding? That's exactly what I did! It was her that...
Natsuki, I think that's enough.
I'm out corner.
You both said something that you didn't mean.
I'll go Alt F4.
Yuri apologized. Don't you think you should too?
Natsuki clenches her fist. In the end, nobody has taken her side.
Aw.
That's right.
She's trapped. At this point, being defiant only because she can't handle the pressure. Because she's already too short, she can't take any more pressure.
All of you are gonna die in the end. We all die someday, some just quicker.
Hey, I died earlier, so
I'm still scarred.
I wish you stayed that way.
Oh my-
So mean.
Oh.
Jeez.
Yeah, I end up
Joker arc.
feeling bad for her.
sometimes when I'm hurt, it helps to take a walk and clear my head.
Or hang it.
Jeez.
It-
then. That's
Sayori!
absolutely shit. That's absolutely shit.
Fight, fight, fight.
Sayori, she doesn't need to.
You know what? I'm going to do that. It'll spare me from having to look at all your faces right now.
Without warning, Natsuki snatches her own poem up from the desk and storms out.
Fucking douchebags.
On her way out, she crumbles up the poem with her hands and throws it in the trash.
Natsuki.
That's where you belong, bitch.
She really didn't need to do that.
I look across the room. Yuri has her chin buried in her hands while she stares down at her desk. I gingerly approach her and sit in an adjacent chair.
Hi.
Everything alright?
I'm so embarrassed. I can't believe I acted like that. Stoop down to her level. Literally. She's short. You probably hate me now.
Whatever,
No,
Godzilla
Yuri.
boobs.
Oh my god. How could anyone have gotten frustrated after being treated like that? You handled it as well as you could. I don't think any less of you.
Well... Alright, I believe you. Thanks, Drox. You're too kind. I'm thankful to have you as a part of this club now.
It's nothing.
One more thing.
One more thing!
One more
Um,
thing.
That one thing that Natsuki said about, you know, I would never do anything so shameful. Shameful. He might though. So,
What thing did Natsuki say?
Stuffs your boobs.
never mind that. I'm gonna go make some tea.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good idea. Make enough for more than one person, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, everyone. It's just about time for us to leave. How did you all feel about sharing poems?
That's a lot of fun.
Well, I'd say it was worth it.
Hey, Natsuki's back.
Well, that escalated quick.
It was alright, well, mostly.
Drox, how about you?
Yeah, I'd say the same. It was a neat thing to talk about with everyone.
Awesome! In that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow. And maybe you learn something from your friends too. So your poems will turn out even better.
I think to myself, I did learn a little more about this kind of poems everyone likes, the kind of poems everyone likes. With any luck, that means I can at least do a better job impressing those I want to impress. I nod to myself with newfound determination. I am not a simp! God damn it. Hold up.
No Sims
I gotta go
of it.
simp for somebody, just a second. Hey, Sayori.
Ready to walk home?
Sure. Let's go. Sayori beams at me. It truly has been a while since Sayori and I had spent this much time together. I can't really say I'm not enjoying it either.
That's a red flag.
Sayori. About what happened earlier.
Huh? What do you mean?
You know, between Yuri and Natsuki. Does that kind of thing happen often?
No. That's really the first time I've seen them fight like that.
I see, so they fought like that when I arrived. Okay.
I promise, they're both wonderful people. You don't hate them, do you?
Only one
No.
of them.
Hank.
I mean, I just wanted your opinion. That's all. I can see why they make good friends with you.
Ew. You know, Drox, it's nice I get to spend time with you in the club. But I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me the happiest. And I think everyone likes you too. Like, really.
That's
Everything's gonna be so much fun.
It looks like Sayuri still hasn't caught on to the kind of situation I'm in. Sure, being friends with everyone is nice, but does it really need to stop there? Well, we'll just have to see what the future holds, Sayuri. Not that you have much of one left anyway.
Oh my god.
I pat Sayuri on the shoulder. I said that more to myself than to her, but it's easy to use Sayuri as an internal monologue sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do this. Alright, we're gonna do this. And by doing this, that means we're going to continue on Yuri's route, so let's go ahead and see.
Anything
Passion.
depressing?
Nope, wrong one. Alright, melancholy. Cool. Determination? No. Awesome? No.
Fear.
Outlet, no.
Fear.
Wait, theater? Where?
Fear.
Fear, yes. No, damn it.
Oh, crap.
That's Sayori. Okay. Let's see. Desire, together, games, graveyard. Alright, cool. Disoriented. Yep, that's another one. Landscape, excitement, sticky heart, vertigo. Embrace, uncanny. I think uncanny. Yeah, uncanny. Alright. Let's see. Starscape, electricity, poof, destiny, hopeless dazzle. Starscape? Okay, cool. Dark. Damn it! Let's see. No. Unsatiable? Or
Unstable?
unstable.
Stable.
Yeah.
Unstable. Okay, cool. I don't know what that says, but it's a long word.
Sounds about right.
Let's see, philosophy. Misery. Misery? Yeah, damn it. Okay. Let's see,
Horror?
dream. Horror, yeah, there you go. Let's see, bounty. What do you think?
Unrequited? Nope.
Let's see, feather, whirlwind, agonizing. There we go. I guess anything that has to do with pain is mostly for her for some
Yeah.
reason or another.
Disarray.
I wonder.
Disarray. Which fortune?
Oh,
God damn it.
Whoops.
Okay, never mind. Not all the words that. But
Meager?
meager.
Yay.
Just a guess. I have no idea.
I mean, some of the things are kind of guesses in this situation.
Yeah.
Suicide. No,
Strawberry
wait, wrong one.
suicide.
Yeah, no.
That's Sayori's.
Yeah. Pout, ocean. This one.
There we
Okay.
go.
Okay. Another day passes, and it's time for the club meeting already. Alright, I'm just gonna skip over to the stuff that we haven't done before. So we can get through this and go to the next part. Hey, what's up, guys? Oh, hey, where you going? You touched your butt? No.
You're seeing what you want to see right now.
Alright, here we go. Hey,
Hi, Elle.
Yuri.
Nice to see you again.
Huh?
I suddenly noticed that Yuri is reading a different book from the one I've been reading together.
It is.
Sorry,
I'm
I
enjoying
didn't mean
it.
to interrupt.
Thanks for
Oh,
coming
no.
by.
I was kind of just waiting for you.
Oh, well, I mean, if that's the case, why don't we go ahead and get started?
Yeah, let's. Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I make some tea for us first?
Oh, no, go ahead.
And I hope you're having a great
Thank you very
evening.
much.
I don't really know what time zone you're in, but
If
evening,
there's one
morning,
thing that can make my reading time any
afternoon,
better, it's a nice cup
I
of
hope
tea.
it's great for you.
Not to mention for yourself as well.
Yuri stands up and makes her way to the closet. I follow and watch as she retrieves a small water picture from the shelf, the kind that has a filter inside.
Can you hold this for a second?
Sure, just a second. God damn it! Hot. Ugh. Yuri hands me the water picture and also fetches a electric kettle. Never mind, I wasn't holding a kettle.
I'm going to plug this into the teacher's desk, and then we'll go get some water.
She walks past me and sets the kettle down on the teacher's desk. I simply watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts with her speaking mannerisms, or whatever. Especially because of her long legs. Yuri appears elegant and methodical.
Okay, may I have the water pitcher now? Thanks. I'll be right back.
Alright, there you go. And I might as well walk with you, huh?
Yeah, why not? Shall we go then?
Yeah.
Where are you two off to?
We're not gonna go do anything. We're just, Yuri was gonna make some tea, so...
Code word.
I suddenly realized how weird it sounds to explain this to Monica. Well, we're just gonna fill the water picture, that's all.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just a bit curious.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to worry about. We weren't gonna do anything weird.
That's kind
Right?
of a one-person job, isn't it?
That's,
Monica, please mind your business for once.
Jeez, girl.
Oh!
Or do you want... or do you want to tell me there's something wrong with helping involve Drox in club activities?
Eh?
My mouth is agape.
I suppose there's nothing wrong with that.
That's right.
Well, we know who's
Now
dying
let's go,
first.
Drox.
Oh shit! Foreshadowing!
Yuri quickly exits the room, and I follow behind her. Not really sure what else to do. Once in the hallway, she suddenly puts her forehead against the wall.
Spoke without thinking. How could I say something like that?
Yuri?
I just... Something about the way she said that. It made me feel so irritated. What's wrong with me?
No, Yuri. I think you did the right thing. I wasn't expecting it, but... It's also not right for Monica to just judge people like that.
Drox. How come even when I do something bad, you're being nice to me?
Well, I mean, because nothing that you did is bad. I mean, as you make it seem, well, I mean, how do I put this? Okay, the way you're thinking about it is bad, but it's not really as bad as you think it is. Nobody's perfect. We have emotions, and we can't always hide them. But you always amplify things in your head. Your mind turns a light rain shower into a hurricane.
No. Wouldn't you hate me for something as terrible as that?
Why would I hate you? I can't hate someone for having emotions. That's what kind of friend would, do that kind of thing? Natsuki?
Friend.
Fuck off.
Friend, you say.
Yuri lifts her head.
Drox? I really like being friends with you.
Friend zoned.
Well, thanks, Yuri. I like being friends with you too. God damn it, enough friends on. Anyway,
Friendship!
I feel kind of awkward saying something like that, honestly. But doing my best to help Yuri feel better. Anyway,
Yeah.
let's go get the water.
Shall we go?
Yeah. Yuri and I walk to the nearest water fountain. Once we fill up the water pitcher, we return to the classroom.
Rox, do you like oolong tea?
Oh yeah. Anything's fine, really.
Very well.
Yuri sets the temperature on the kettle to 200 degrees.
Now it's time to get the teapot.
You really do this properly, don't you?
Of course. I shouldn't do any less when I'm making tea for others.
Even if I'm not expert on tea or anything?
In that case, you'll only be even more impressed.
Hold on, Kiki. I want to look like an anime Ghibli girl. You know what? The
Go for
Ghibli
it.
animation isn't so bad. It's pretty cool, actually.
That would be super cool to see.
Perhaps I will. Yuri fetches the teapot and begins measuring the tea leaves. To my surprise, she even starts humming a little tune to herself. You must be in a good mood now.
Is that so? I was letting it show.
Let it show. Let it show.
And you noticed. I was doing a bit of thinking. And I decided I would try expressing myself a little bit more. It turns out it's not very hard for me to do, so... When it's around you, anyways.
Oh. Oh, well, I mean, that's great, yeah. Just don't push yourself too much.
You're always worrying about me, Drox. It's very endearing.
Well, I mean, that's... Yuri was kidding. I didn't even know if I can keep up with this. I watched Yuri pour a cup of tea for each of us.
Drox, I have another request. Do you mind if we sit on the floor today?
Why is that?
It's a little bit easier on my back, you know, with these knockers.
Oh, right, yeah. I guess I can understand that sometimes.
I can read with my back against the wall rather than bending over at my desk.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't realize.
No worries.
I was this close to saying no worries.
I just have back pain fairly regularly, so I do my best to manage it.
Is that so? I wonder why that is. It's most likely... Oh, god damn it.
It's most likely because my
Your posture, right?
posture check.
Always hunched over like that while reading?
Yeah, that's what I meant. I have terrible reading posture. So that's why we should sit on the floor.
Fair enough. I'll go ahead and get the book then. I retrieved the book from my bag. Oh yeah, that's right. I also have some chocolate as well. It's a bag of small chocolate candies that I kept hidden from Sayori's candy radar. Because I know how much she likes candy and stealing all my stuff!
She's like a dog.
I take it, since I'll take it, since it'll go well with tea.
Chocolate
Yuri
doesn't
and
go well
I-
with tea.
Yeah, no.
What, chocolate doesn't go well with tea?
Yeah, no.
Not really.
Like
I mean, this is, I don't know, wait, they said oolong tea though, so I have no idea what
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
tastes
but
like
you
with
pop
chocolate.
it chocolate.
No, I-
It's milk tea with some chocolate and maybe...
But it's weird.
Yeah,
to
milk tea
put
actually
it-
sounds pretty good with chocolate though.
Yeah.
Chocolate milk tea, that would be good. That would be good.
Mm.
Yuri and I then sit against the wall, teacups at our sides. As if in sync, we assumed the same reading position as last time, each holding one half of the book. Except this time, our bodies are even closer to each other.
I can't see too well.
Oh. Yuri slides closer until our shoulders are touching. How am I supposed to focus on reading like this? Yuri was always kind of cute, but when she's being less apprehensive, it's almost more than I can handle.
Your teacup.
Yuri hands me my teacup. Holding it with my hand that's not holding the book, I end up in a position that makes it even harder to focus. Because now I need to worry about making sure I don't accidentally touch her chest. Meanwhile, Yuri hasn't noticed a single thing, apparently. She wears her intense reading expression, and I can only presume the world around her has faded away. I use all my willpower to focus on reading, and not on her chest. After a few minutes, I finally manage to relax a little bit. I put the teacup between my legs and fumble with the chocolate wrapper. Sorry. I briefly let go of the book to finish opening the wrapper. You can have as much as you want.
Oh, that's okay. I wouldn't take any.
Are you sure?
Well, if I touch it, then I might get smudged on the pages.
Oh, yeah, you know what? You're right. I don't even think about that. My bad.
No need to apologize. I'll hold the book, okay?
Are you sure?
Of course.
Yuri opens the book with both hands. She holds it so that I don't have any harder of a time reading from it. Also, I just noticed the dust in the room's kind of cool seeing it moving around.
It makes it so lively, and also that fucking glow up. I swear. Like the illustration says like I draw, and I just like notice the obvious difference between like the first version of DokiDoki and this one, and I'm like, holy fuck.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like they really bumped up the art with this stuff too from the original. But as a result, her left arm is practically resting on top of my leg. Well, in that case, Yuri's already totally focused on reading again. I take a chocolate candy and pop it into my mouth. Then, I take another chocolate, and I hold it up to Yuri. She doesn't even look away from the book. She simply parts her lips, as if this situation was completely normal. But that means I can't stop here. I apprehensively place the chocolate into her mouth.
You're gonna place this piece of chocolate in her mouth and make her eat it!
Yes. And then nobody will suspect us killing a bunch of people using our book. Just like that, Yuri closes her lips over it. Yuri's expression suddenly breaks.
Did I just...
Yuri looks at me like she needs to confirm what just happened.
Drox?
Sorry. I guess I couldn't have it. I shouldn't have done that, right?
That's... Well... You were just helping. That's something that friends do. Right?
Yeah, sure. Friends.
Yeah.
with
Friends do that.
Friends with benefits, maybe?
Not really in this kind of context, but yeah. that's all it was.
Yeah. Then... You don't need to stop or anything.
Oh, I see. The situation has gotten really tense. Yuri tries to return to the book, but I can tell by her expression that even she can't focus now. Her heart's pounding. Man, I nervously take another chocolate between my fingers, but this time Yuri's eyes meets mine. How did it even come to this? Yuri didn't avert her gaze. I noticed her chest rising and falling to the rhythm of her breaths. I raise my arm.
Ah,
Like before, Yuri parts her lips, but it's different this time. I take the chocolate and place it in her mouth.
Mhm.
I feel her hot breath along my fingers.
Okay, everyone. Mhm.
Yuri jolts back.
It's time to share poems. Drox, can you help Yuri put away the tea stuff? Right?
Yeah, of course, sure.
Okay, thanks.
The spell is abruptly broken. You know what though? Honestly, that part of the game where it like just suddenly breaks, that was actually pretty good. I still kind of like get surprised just slightly
Yeah.
when that happens,
Mhm.
especially with how
Oh.
the art looks like too.
I'll take care of the cups.
Yeah. Yuri picks up the teacups from the floor. I pick up the bag of chocolates. In the end, we hesitantly. God damn it! Hold up.
Hastily.
Hastily, yeah. In the end, we hastily clean up without much as a word between us. I get the feeling this is something neither of us will have the courage to bring up. Who should I show my poem to first? Alright, so I'm just gonna. This time around, just gonna speed through, but we're gonna do Yuri first, because she might have different dialogue because of, we're on her route.
Let's see what you
Yep,
written
it's
for
new
today.
dialogue, because I can't skip. That's sweet.
Hmm.
Yuri stares at the poem with a surprised expression on her face. Do you like it?
Rox, this one might be even better than yesterday's. How did you even pick up on this so quickly? Just yesterday I was telling you the kind of techniques worth practicing.
Maybe that's why. You did a good job explaining. I really wanted to try giving it more, imagery. Yuri visibly swallows. Even her hands appear sweaty.
I'm not used to this.
Used to what?
I don't know.
I mean, it's fine. Just take your time. Yuri breathes and collects her thoughts. I know what Yuri likes to think before speaking, so I offer that patience to her.
Yeah. Just being appreciated like this, I guess. It probably sounds really stupid, but seeing someone motivated by my writing, it just makes me really happy.
Are you saying you've never shared your writings before? Yuri
Mhm.
nods. Really? I don't believe it.
I really only write for myself. It's all fan fiction. And besides, people will just laugh at me.
Well, I mean, what kind of fan fiction is it? Anyway, do you really think that, though? Again, Yuri
Uh-huh.
nods. Huh. Even your close friends? Yuri doesn't respond to that one. I wonder why. Well, anyway, do you want to share the poem you wrote today?
Yeah. I do. If it's with you.
Let's see.
The
So do you want to
the
read this one
raccoon.
again? Let's see.
It's kind of long.
Okay, so we can skip it then. Yep,
Yeah, I just stressful.
that's fine.
Yeah, I played it a
Um,
while ago with my friend, but I haven't done all the routes, so
I
I
was a
think
little
there's
more
one I still
daring
have
with
to
this
discover.
one than yesterday's.
But I like reading stuff.
I can see that.
Even the reading can be rough.
It's a lot more
It's
metaphorical.
good English readings practice for me.
I don't know if it's my fault, but I can't begin to imagine what this poem was
Have you
about.
ever like seen that story?
Right. It's a bit closer to my preferred writing style. Using the poem as a canvas to express vivid imagery and conveying emotions through them.
Oh, I mean, if you just
Yeah,
stick
if I
around,
take
you'll
that
be in
at face
for
value,
a lot
I
of
can't even
surprises.
figure
Then.
out what's supposed to mean. What? God damn it! Now I'm having a problem.
It's contagious.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
All right, what it's supposed to mean?
Well, I think it's something that different people can relate to in
I
their
think
own way.
that's the plan. We'll
see
see how we
themselves
are
in it.
feeling, and after that, it's like a
I wanted to express the way it feels for me to
question
indulge in my
time
more
with the guy that's
unusual hobbies.
hosting this, and we'll just hang out together after.
It's those sort of things I'm usually forced to keep to myself. So I sometimes enjoy writing about them.
Why do you keep them to yourself, though?
Because they're embarrassing and people would make fun of me. Don't you have anything like that, Drox?
Well, I mean, I'm a VTuber on the internet. I don't tell anybody about that. Yeah, I guess I do. I
feel like everyone has.
Oh, go ahead.
I feel like everyone has a little something like that. The best we can do is respect each other and our individualities. Even if it's a little difficult sometimes, and some things make us uncomfortable. After all, if I hadn't learned to embrace my own weirdness, I probably would hate myself. I might be ranting a little bit now. But I'm glad that you're a good listener, Drox. You're good at a lot of things. Writing, listening. There really aren't many people like you, Drox.
That's exaggerating a little bit. It's just how I feel. Oh, sorry, shit. God damn it.
It's just how I feel. I never thought I would feel so comfortable sharing my writing. But now I almost feel like I look forward to it. It's just a really nice feeling. And you're to thank for that.
No, it's nothing really. Yuri smiles sincerely at me. For just a moment, her tenderness seems to disappear. Who should I show the book to next? Or poem to next? Let's see. Should I... You know what? I'll get Natsuki in here, because I haven't heard her say anything for a while.
Yeah.
Well, I can admit that it's better than the last one. It's nice to see that you're putting in some effort.
That's good.
I still don't like this at all. It's trying too hard to be serious.
What do you mean by that?
Poems don't need to be all deep-sounding to express something. It's just going to sound like you're forcing it unless you really don't suck at it. Honestly, don't bother trying to write poems like this until you're on Yuri's level.
Natsuki stopped short all of a sudden.
Don't tell me. You're not just trying to impress Yuri, are you?
What are you talking about? Keep your voice down.
You know, Yuri would love this kind of angsty.
Just because she's a talented writer doesn't mean Looks like I'm in trouble. I somehow struck a nerve, though what I did is beyond me.
I am so done with you.
Natsuki salvaged the poem back into my hand and her back over to me.
Take your stupid poem. If you wrote it for someone else, just don't show it to me.
Ouch. This is what I get for letting a younger girl step on my business. Unless it was unless I was a mind reader, I was destined to be in a world of pain from the start. At least Natsuki wasn't really the girl I was trying to impress in the first place. Although my first run was for Natsuki, so yeah.
I'm the winner.
Who should I show the phone to next? Let's do Sayori.
Oh, hi! Ooh! I like this one, Drox. It has some nice feelings in it.
Oh, I'm glad. Does that mean it's better than yesterday's?
Let me think. I know. I guess I like them both.
That's not very helpful, you know.
Well, I'm not very good at figuring out if poems are good or bad. But that's why I just go by my heart. If it makes me feel things, then it must be a good poem.
I'm not sure that's exactly how it works. Then again, I guess conveying feelings is a pretty important part of this whole thing. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, I don't even know what kind of writing you like in the first place.
Yeah. Me neither.
Why don't you just at least try giving me something to think about? Or giving this some thought? Sorry.
Aw, you want to write something for me? That's so sweet.
Yeah, right. But you're always thinking about other people. You need to think about yourself once in a while. If you don't, you might end up getting hurt at some point.
Eh? Well, I don't really know what you mean, but I'll try to keep it in mind.
Well, whatever.
Anyway, let's see. I guess I like happy poems. Yeah. Wait, sometimes I like sad poems too. Sometimes a little bit of both. There's a word for that, right? What's the word I'm looking for? Bittersweet. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's perfect! So perfect! Okay. Well,
I swear I did not play this before. But anyways, I like things that are happy and things that are sad.
happy and sad. I can't see you liking something sad, Sayori.
Well, I like happy the most. But sometimes when you have a little rain cloud in your head, a sad poem can give you that rain cloud a little hug. You know what I mean? And make a nice happy rainbow. Double rainbow all the way. You know what I mean?
Sorry, that's actually unexpectedly poetic.
It is? Maybe I'm getting better at expressing my feelings after all. Thanks, Drox. I should go write that down then. You can read my poem now, okay?
Okay. Alright, so like before, do you want to read it or nah? Sayori? Sorry. God damn, I'm calling you Sayori.
What? I'm pretty sure I said yes, but yeah, I'll go ahead and read them.
Alright.
Bottles. I pop off my scalp like the lid of a cookie jar. It's the secret place where I keep all my dreams. Little balls of sunshine, all rubbing together like the bundle of kittens. I reach inside with my thumb and forefinger and pluck one out. It's warm and tingly, but there's no time to waste. I put it in a bottle to keep it safe, and I put the bottle on the shelf with all the other bottles. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts. In bottles, all in a row.
Oh, too far.
Well, then.
There we go. There we go, okay.
My collection makes me a lot of friends. Each bottle, a starlight to make amends. Sometimes my friend feels a certain way. Down comes a ball to save the day. Night after night, more dreams. Friend after friend, more bottles. Deeper and deeper my fingers go, like exploring a dark cave, discovering the secrets hiding in the nooks and crannies. Digging and digging, scrapping and scrapping. I blow out the dust, I blow dust off my bottle caps. It doesn't feel like time elapsed. My empty shelf could use some more. My friends look through my locked front door. Finally, all done. I open up, and in come my friends. In they come, in such a hurry. Do they want my bottles that much? I frantically pull them from the shelf, one after another, holding them out to each and every friend, each and every bottle. But every time I let one go, it shatters against the tile by my feet. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, in shards, all over the floor. They were supposed to be for my friends who aren't smiling. They're all shouting, pleading, something. But all I hear is echo, 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 echo inside my head.
Holy crap! Sari, did you really write this?
Of course I did. Did I tell you yesterday that I was gonna write the best poem ever?
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't expect something like this coming from you, of all people.
Monica told me a whole lot. And I've been really in touch with my feelings recently.
I see that. It's almost kind of creepy, actually.
Creepy?
Well, not exactly. Maybe because I'm so used to you being cheerful. Well, anyway, never mind.
I mean, that's my reputation as a VTuber, I suppose. Like, everybody sees me as, like, happy. And, like, sometimes I get into, like, my moments, which is once I already did. Which is by mere coincidence.
Mere coincidence. Jeez. I'm thinking too hard about it, though. The point is, it came out good, so you should be proud of it.
Aw, thanks. I feel like I was meant to express myself this way. It even helps me understand my own feelings a little bit better. Writing is like magic.
You've gotten pretty passionate about this, huh? Oh, I hope you keep it up.
Yeah! Writing's the best! I'm gonna keep writing until I die.
Okay, there we go. I'll just let that pass. Just let that freeze pass.
Wow.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Sayori's always had a habit of getting obsessed with something before dropping it, no more than a week later. Wonder if this is one of those times. But seeing the passion in her eyes makes it hard for me to be pessimistic. Kiki. I heart VTubers so far. You all have a special place in my broken little heart. Aw.
Aww.
Well, thank you, Kiki.
We love you, Kiki.
Monkey.
Hi again, Drox. How's the writing going?
Alright, I guess.
I'll take that.
Yay!
As long as it's not going bad. I'm happy that you're applying yourself. Maybe soon you'll come out with a masterpiece.
Yeah, don't count on it.
You never know. Want to share what you wrote for today?
Sure. Here, you go. I give my poem. Well, she already took my poem. She took it away from me earlier.
Alright. This one's good. It feels like you're not only getting more comfortable with your style, but the imagery is better than the last one I read. Just wondering, but have you been finding inspiration in Yudi's writing style?
You know what? I guess I am. You can't deny that she's talented.
Yeah, totally. I think her poems are the most romantic. That's the best way to describe it. She's like a totally different person when she picks up a pen.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Or when she's talking about literature, it's like a light turns on inside her head or something.
Sadly, it's hard to get much personal conversation out of her. Trust me, I've tried. Who knows what goes in that head of hers?
Oh, I hope you don't mean that in a bad way.
No, of course not. I just meant that I wish she didn't keep so much to herself. But still, defending her like that. You must be pretty into her.
Well, you completely misunderstood. Yeah, I'm not that interested.
Calm down, I'm kidding. Besides, I'm pretty sure she's already got a boyfriend.
Wait, really?
Yeah, a fictional one anyway.
Oh, okay. I totally didn't get surprised by that. Monica kind of whispers that last part to me.
It's just a hunch, but
Well, there's not really anything wrong with that.
oh, well, I know. I was just saying. But anyway, you want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too.
Alright, let's take a look.
Save me. The colors, they won't stop. Bright, beautiful colors. Flashing, expanding, piercing. Red, green, blue, an endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise, it won't stop. Violent, grating waveforms. Squeaking, screeching, piercing. Sine, cosine, tangent. Like playing a chalkboard on a turntable. Like playing a vinyl on a pizza crust. An endless poem of meaningless. Load me. What?
What?
Nothing to see here.
It's even more abstract than your last one, huh?
I guess it's just the way I write. I'm sorry if you don't like it.
No, I never said that. It's just the kind of thing I've never really seen before, I guess.
I kind of like playing with my space on the paper. Choosing where and how to space your words can totally change the mood of your poem. It's almost like magic. The way I wrote the lines really short makes it feel like they're trying to speak over the noise.
I see. It's still hard for me to tell what it's about though.
Sometimes asking what a poem is about isn't the right question. A poem can be as abstract as a physical expression of a feeling, or a conversation with the reader. So putting it that way, not every poem is about something. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know when you might change your mind, or when something unexpected may happen.
Oh, no.
Wait, is this
That's
even
a
about writing?
foreshadowing. Oh, no.
What am I even talking about?
You saying hold up? What happened? What's up?
No, I was just commenting on the writing tip. I'm like, wait. That's like
Oh yeah.
foreshadowing right there.
That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening.
All right, Skippo. Hey, look at that. Hey, what do you get my space? I don't know. I want to be in your space now. Okay, fine.
Advice,
Hey,
advice.
I'm gonna take everybody else's space. No, I'm gonna take your space. Hey, your space. No, I'm into your space. I'm taking everybody's spaces. Okay, so, let's see. Did I see this before? I don't remember.
I definitely don't remember seeing this.
I don't think so.
Let's not. Why not?
Yuri.
Going home with Yuri, huh? Why does the thought of that make my heart pound? I mean, given how hard it is for her to socialize, I would feel awful turning her down, so...
She's so beautiful and smart.
That has nothing to do with what I just said.
You admitted it.
Alright, I think this part I can skip now, so... Moving on.
Yeah.
Well then.
All right.
Okay, cool.
So
Let's
we
see.
need this depressing stuff, scary stuff.
Scary stuff, scary stuff. Let's see. Downsum? No.
This on? This? Oh.
Let's see. Journey!
Oh, there you go.
Alright, cool. Heaven Sent, Rainbow, Waterfall, Cheer, Sparkle, Adventure, Tenacious, Strawberry. Well, okay, we already know what Strawberry is.
Yeah.
So either
Tenacious?
Tenacious? Okay, yep, there we go. Let's see.
Sensation.
Graveyard.
Sensation.
Okay, here we go. Yeah.
Oh.
See, Crimson, Passion, that word,
Yeah, whatever
forgive,
that is.
Father, After Image, Explode,
Contamination? Maybe?
Contamination. Alright, that worked. Let's see. Lipstick, Mouse, Fear, Inferno. Inferno, that sounds about right. Let's see. Fantasy, Disoriented, Vacation, Email, Vanilla. I mean, I don't think Yuri is vanilla in any way.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Let's see. Disoriented or unrestrained?
Unrestrained? No, I was disoriented last time.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
Misfortune?
Okay, Misfortune, we've seen this one
Oh,
before.
whoops.
Oh, wait, no, Misfortune is hers. I forgot. Damn it. Okay. Let's see. Wrath?
I think maybe. No, that would be Monica,
Right.
right?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine.
Let's see. Got Papa Bubbles, Fluffy, Dance, Cage, Spinning, Giggle, Pink,
Uh,
Bleed?
Cage?
Or
Cage?
Cage? Cage?
Cage?
Maybe?
Cage, I think.
Cage.
Yeah,
Cage,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yep, that's it. Okay. Secretive, Together, Extreme, Peaceful, Promise, Puppy, Color, Party, Time, and Friends.
Sec-
Promise?
I don't know.
Promise?
I don't miss
Secretive? I don't know.
Okay,
I'm
secretive.
between those two.
Okay, Secretive was it. Let's see. Melody, Parfait, Existence, Incapable,
Anxiety?
Smile, Anxiety.
I
I
don't
think
know.
that's actually, that one's probably Sayori's.
Oh, yeah, probably, yeah.
Incapable?
Incapable? Yep,
Yay.
there you go. Okay. Playground, Universe, Childhood, Question, Blanket, Hope, Calm, Lucky, Vibrant, Milk,
Milk.
Hers.
Milky.
Milk?
Why, though?
You want milk?
Probably.
Wait, I wonder where universe would go under.
No, I don't know. It could be either. It could be either Yuri's or Sayori's with Universe.
You should do milk just for the meme.
All right, milk. Oh, okay. It's not Tsuki's.
Milk.
Milk is not Tsuki's.
Because she
Aw,
wants to get
did
taller.
Not expect that.
She needs milk so she can grow taller. That's all.
Mhm.
Clumsy, lust, breath, excitement, intellectual. There we go. That was easy. Prayer, dazzle, loud, swimsuit, imagination, melancholy,
Damn.
melancholy.
Melancholy, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Tears.
Unrequited.
Yeah. There you go. Nah, damn it.
No!
So misery, vibrant. Embrace it, amazing.
Infallible?
Yeah.
It's a right.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's see.
Yay!
See. Summer, destiny, agonizing. Okay,
Yeah.
here we go.
We good.
Let's see.
Horror?
Horror. Yeah, we've seen this one before.
Yeah.
Let's see. Comfort, marriage, despise, extraordinary, or determination.
I don't know.
Let's try this one. Ah, damn it.
Uh,
Okay, extraordinary is hers. See, disaster, candy, nature, silly. No, what? Disaster.
Yeah,
There we
disaster.
go. Okay, let's see.
do we read or we
Wait.
skip?
Let's see what we can do. All right,
Alright.
and
Yeah, la,
it's
la, la, la.
skippage.
Way! Yay!
All right, here's some new stuff right here. Okay. Why does it feel like I'm being watched? I glance around the room. Suddenly, I notice Yuri peering at me from over her book. But she looks away just as quickly with a flustered look on her face. I realize that she won't get anywhere. She won't get anywhere like this. Damn it, I can't talk. I never really seen Yuri approach anyone or start a conversation on her own accord. On her own accord. See, I'm having problems talking too. So, I have no choice but to approach her myself. By now, it's a little easier for me to do that. I stand up from my desk and sit on the chair next to hers.
I didn't mean to bother you or anything.
Relax. You didn't do anything.
I could tell that you wanted to be alone with your thoughts.
Alone with my thoughts? How are you even able to tell that I was thinking like that?
Well, it's something that I do a lot. So it wasn't hard to me. So it wasn't hard for me to spot based on your posture and expression. Not that I was staring or anything. I didn't do anything creepy like that.
Sure. In any case, I guess you're right. I'm sorry if I caused you any concern, though.
Don't apologize. Your troubles are only the concern of those who willingly share that concern. Of course, there are certainly those who find most comfort in keeping to themselves. But if you would prefer to share what's on your mind, then I would be glad to listen.
No, it's not really a big deal. I was just feeling a bit uneasy about Sayori.
Iori?
Oh yeah, okay, now I remember what this part is. This is the part where Sayori leaves early, and then we gotta pick between Natsuki or Yuri to go and help with the class activity festival thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy, espresso depresso!
The scene's coming.
Oh no.
Yeah, she seems a little off. Yeah, she seems a little off today, but when I asked her about it, she didn't want to admit to me about what's going on. So I can't help but wonder if something happened to her.
Oh? That's quite romantic.
Huh?
Sorry. I didn't mean to say something stupid.
It's not that, I just didn't want you to misunderstand. Sayori and I have just been friends for a long time, that's all.
Ah, I see. Then perhaps it is unusual for her to be dismissive to you about her feelings.
Or maybe I'm just reading into it a little too much?
Drox. The world is full of meaning, often hidden deep beneath plain sight. I can't talk. I need to take a sip of some water and stop. One moment.
Go ahead. Take your time. Let's see. Kiki.
I
So-
wonder if anybody would like an encore of some of the lines that we read before.
Probably. I'm pretty sure once we get into the second half, we're gonna end up doing some of that.
Probably.
Probably.
Okay, since recently, remember how I was peaky before? I'm thinking,
Yeah.
wait, I wonder if I can actually do some of the more more depressing lines with full potential, you know?
If you want, because we're most likely gonna come across that scene pretty soon. So if you want to do
Oh,
that,
no.
then yeah.
I mean,
Oh, hey, welcome back.
I'd like to do it again.
Yeah, okay.
Considering how before we were peaking,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
now since we figured out how to disable that, then
Okay, so if you want to do the Sayori confession scene again, then that's fine.
I actually I had fun with that scene.
Mhm.
Thinking about it.
Wait,
I'm thinking. Hold on. I'm thinking. Cause though I think I know a better point for that actually. So when we start going down Sayori's route, I think you might like it better when it's actually Sayori's route. So
Perhaps.
we'll do it. So we'll do skip it this time, but on the Sayori route, we'll do it. Do the confession part for you, and then you'll also get to see the better stuff that happens with it.
All right.
Okay. So anyway,
You guys good?
and
Can I go?
yeah, I think we're all good.
And there are many untold mysteries behind every person, no matter how well you may know them.
Ah. So you think that there might be something behind it after all?
I think that Sayori is a very complex person. Her mannerisms on the outside don't always match what might be going on inside her head. And she may not always know what she wants. I noticed her strange behavior today too. And I also feel some concern for her. But in your case, it looked like she was fully occupying your thoughts, wasn't she?
Well, I guess that was the case.
Sayori, she really means a lot to you, doesn't she?
Well, I mean, I guess. But you don't need to put it that way. We're good friends, that's all. Yuri suddenly looks deeply into my eyes. Her expression is gentle and curious, as if she was goddammit. Her expression is gentle and curious, as if searching for something. Embarrassed, I avert my gaze.
Sometimes. A person's mysteries are untold even to themselves. And you, as someone honest and caring, may uncover feelings you weren't aware were in you. That is.
Oh, sorry.
I think that she would be a very fortunate person to have you feel that way about her.
Yuri? You're giving me too much credit. I'm a pretty simple guy with pretty simple thoughts, and, I'm easy. So I think I'm pretty good at understanding my own feelings. I'm not nearly as sophisticated as you are.
That's not a complicated. I can't talk! It's making me angry! That's not a compliment, is it?
It is what it is. Anyway, as long as we're here, why don't we do some reading?
Well, as long as you're okay with it.
Yeah. I should be taking my mind off this whole thing anyway. And so they read.
Okay, everyone.
After some time passes, Monica calls out to the club room.
Why don't we share our poems now?
Before I knew it, everything is back to normal. Everyone goes to their respective poems, and I do the same. I take my eye contact from Monica, and she smiles at me. I make eye contact with Monica. There we go. I wonder what she was talking about with Sayori. Alright, so I'm pretty sure I know what's gonna happen here. So, first off, I go talk to Natsuki. She's just going to ignore me.
Yeah, no thanks.
See? You didn't even...
Next!
Let's see. Then Sayori's just gonna walk back home on her own.
It's nice, I guess.
Come on. I can already tell you don't like it.
Well, you don't need to worry about what I think. After all, you wrote this for someone else, didn't you? Probably Yuri.
I didn't write this just for Yuri, but, I mean...
Maybe. That's not what I meant, though. But it's okay. You're making new friends, just like I was hoping. That makes me really happy. And you're happy too, right? In this club?
Well, of course I am.
Good. That's all that matters to me. Thanks, Drox.
Sayuri? Is there something wrong?
No, nothing. I'm just a little tired today, is all.
Alright then. Just tell me if you need something, okay?
I will. But don't worry about me, okay? You can go play with everyone else now.
If you insist.
Yay! I'm gonna go home a little bit early today.
Sayuri?
Monica, I wasn't feeling well, okay? I'll see you tomorrow.
Before I can say anything else, Sayuri cheerfully walks out of the classroom, humming to herself. Alright, so once again, Yuri.
Drox? Your writing has only improved in these last few days.
My favorite in the
Every
girls?
poem you show me is nothing
Like-
short of spectacular.
I like Sayuri a lot. I think
can
she's
really
the,
feel the
most
emotions.
wholesome one.
I'm a
Of
little
all the
envious,
girls.
even.
But they all have issues, so you
I
know.
don't think it ever came to me this naturally.
Yuri, that's the wrong way to put it. This never did come naturally to me,
Do you have a favorite?
but I've been able to improve so much thanks to you. You're really the example I was chasing after.
Is that so?
Yuri gently smiles to herself.
This feeling... I'm so glad I got the chance
Yeah,
to
she's
share my
really
writing.
pretty. Like design-wise, yeah, I think she's the
I
prettiest.
never thought I would feel like this.
Actually, I think I'm still.
I remember you
I still
mentioning
like
that
Nautica,
yesterday.
or like Hismanica, Yuri,
I can't believe that you're so
Sayuri,
good at something,
and then Natsuki
and you've
for
never
me,
even
in
shared it with
physical
anyone.
terms.
It's kind of a shame.
Maybe, but... It's not like I really had a choice.
What do you mean?
Well,
Yuri smiles sadly.
Drox, during lunchtime, I eat by myself. Did you know that? It's a great time to find a quiet spot and do some reading. In fact, I always have some books with me. You could say I really enjoy reading. Well, that's one way to put it anyway. But books are so full of amazing and inspiring people. People you want to fall in love with. Or people you just know would make a really good friend. Cheerful people who always put a smile on your face. Or deep thinkers and problem solvers who discover the mysteries of life. So when you look at it that way, I'm surrounded by friends every day. You know? And those friends don't laugh at me. They don't tease me for spacing out all the time. They don't make fun of my body type. And they don't hate me for acting like a know-it-all.
People say that about you?
I'm not a know-it-all, Drox. It's the opposite. I don't know anything. I don't know how to talk to people. I don't know how to make people see me as normal. I don't even know how to make myself happy. I have all these feelings, and all I can do with them is read and write. But it wasn't until now that I started sharing it with you that I really understood what was missing all this time.
What
No,
have I done?
no. That's wrong. Just being patient and respectful. really important to me. I know I'm a difficult person, Drox. I speak too slowly. I second guess myself all the time. I read too deeply into things. But every time, you've always treated me just like anyone else. It's so rare that I feel comfortable with myself when I talk to others. But that's why every time I talk to you, I just feel really happy.
Oh, I see. Well, I treat you how you deserve to be treated, Yuri. And if other people don't see it that way, then screw them. I mean, I joined this club hoping I would make friends. And I would say I've had at least one success. Wouldn't you?
If you put it that way, yeah. We really are friends now, aren't we?
Yuri pushes her head to her hands, but this time she's smiling as she does it. Do you want to show me your poem?
Yeah, I do. Let me get it for you.
Let's see. Alright, so Ghost Light Part 2, it just talks about... Actually, this is new! I've never seen this before, so... Let's see. Ghost Under the Light Part 2. The tendrils of my hair illuminate...
I can read it if you want.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Ghost Under the Light Part 2. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow, bathing. In the distance, a blue-green light flickers. A lone figure crosses his path, a silhouette obstructing the eerie glow. My heart pounds, the silhouette grows. Closer, closer. I open my umbrella, casting a shadow to shield me from visibility, but I am too late. He steps into the streetlight. I gasp and drop my umbrella. The light flickers, my heart pounds. He raises his arm. Time stops. The only indication of movement is the amber light flickering against his outstretched arm. The flickering light is in rhythm with the pounding of my heart, teasing me for succumbing to this forbidden emotion. Have you ever heard of a ghost feeling warmth before? Giving up on understanding, I laugh. Understanding is overrated. I touch his hand, the flickering stops. Ghosts are blue-green, and my heart is amber.
Finishing the poem, I start to hand it back to Yuri. But instead of taking it from me, she looks away.
Do you dislike it?
No, of course not. I just don't really know how I should respond. Despite Yuri's poem usually being cryptic, it wasn't hard to figure out what this one was talking about.
I don't know if I'll be able to explain this one.
That's fine. I understand this one.
Huh?
Yuri is having an even harder time speaking than usual now. Does this one mean a lot to you? Yuri nods. I'm not really good with words, but I'm happy that you shared it with me. So thank you. And I hope we keep spending time together. Despite my inability to make eye contact, I can see a faint smile emerge on Yuri's face. And it really is one too. Once again, trying to hand the poem back to her, but instead, Yuri gently takes my hand and pushes them back towards me. I hesitate in response to her warm touch.
You can... The poem is...
Once again, Yuri fails to form a complete sentence, like I am right now. You mean I can keep it? Yuri nods. Huh, well then I guess I'll keep it then. Thank you. Again, Yuri faintly smiles, as if she doesn't want me to notice.
You always make me feel nice, Drox. I know I'm not good with people, but I hope that I can return the favor sometimes.
Yeah, don't worry. I think you did a good job. Yuri finally turns back towards me.
I guess We should move on before Monica says something. But I'm sure we can talk again later.
Yeah, I'm sure as well. With that, Yuri timidly smiles at me, and I return to my seat so I can put her poem away. Who should I show the poem to? Monica. The only person left.
Hi, Drox. Have you thought about what you want to submit to perform at the festival?
Well, being in this club is one thing, but performing in front of a bunch of people? I'll have to give it some thought.
Okay, no pressure. But whatever you do, I'm sure it'll turn out great. It would also make me happy to see. Anyway, let's take a look at today's poem.
Sure. I let Monica take the poem I'm holding in my hands.
Your style's gotten so refined, Drox. Yuri's been teaching you a lot of things, hasn't she?
Well, I guess so.
Yeah, I've been noticing how much time you spend with her. I think I've heard her say more words these past couple days than she's talking the whole year. Not sure how you did it, but that's pretty impressive.
Well, she just needed some patience and a way to talk about all the things in her head, I guess. I'm still getting the hang of it myself.
You're certainly putting in a lot of effort. You must really like her.
Well, that's...
It's awfully suspicious, you know? Spending time with her in the club room every day. Reading that edgy novel with her.
Well, wait a minute. You sounded kind of funny there. Anyway, I just feel bad that she has a hard time socializing. It makes me want to make sure she doesn't spend all her time alone. Besides, the novel isn't too bad either, you know?
Alright. I get you. Just be careful, alright? I know that Yuri isn't used to opening herself up. So if something bad happens while she's vulnerable, then it could be really hard for her. Her books aren't total escape from reality. They're just a bandage.
You say that like I'm going to hurt her.
Sorry, I really didn't mean that. If anything, she might actually hurt herself. Anyway, I'll share my poem with you now, alright?
Alright?
The Lady Who Knows Everything. An old tale tells of a lady who wanders Earth. The lady who knows everything. A beautiful lady who has found every answer, all meaning, all purpose, and all that was ever sought. And here I am, a feather, lost adrift the sky, victim of the current of the wind. Day after day I search. I search with little hope, knowing legends don't exist. But when all else has failed me, when all others have turned away, the legends is all that remains. The last dim star glimmering in the twilight sky. Until one day, the wind ceases to blow. I fall, and I fall, and fall, and fall even more. Gentle as a feather, a dry quill, expressionless. But a hand catches me between the thumb and the forefinger. The hand of a beautiful lady. I look at her eyes and find no end to her gaze. The lady who knows everything knows what I am thinking. Before I can speak, she responds in a hollow voice. I have found every answer, all of which amount to nothing. There is no meaning, there is no purpose, and we seek only the impossible. I am not your legend. Your legend does not exist. And with a breath, she blows me back afloat, and I pick up a gust of wind. You know, I feel like learning and looking for answers are the sorts of things that give life meaning. Not to get too philosophical or anything, but it was kind of my mind on on my mind, so that's what I wrote about.
I see. I never really put much thought into it. And oh, sorry, go ahead.
In a way, it's more paradoxical. Because if we had all the answers, wouldn't the word start to lose its meaning? Oops.
There's.
Sorry.
It's okay. I've been doing this whole time, so like. There's one thing I noticed. It seems like everyone in the club prefers writing about things that are more sad than happy.
Are you surprised? I mean, if everything was okay, we wouldn't really have to write anything to write about, would we? Humans aren't two-dimensional creatures. I think you know that better than anyone.
You mean one-dimensional?
Yeah, that. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Are you ever too shy to share your writing because you're afraid it's not that good? It can be really disheartening to get a lukewarm response to something you put so much into. But if you find other people who enjoy writing, then sharing becomes a lot easier. Because instead of just telling you that your writing is good or okay or bad, they'll want to focus more on everything that went into it and the things you can work on. It's much more encouraging that way, and it will make you want to continue improving. It's almost like having your own little literature club, don't you think? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening.
All right,
Oh,
skipping over to the
okay.
choices. Alright. With the of course I'm going to go with. Wait, huh? There's a choice. Wait, I have a choice to choose Sayori or Monica this time.
But I think
Wait,
they'll
no.
say no. Like if you have Sayori, she'll be gone. Monica, she'll be like, you don't need two people, something like that.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay,
Yuri.
right. I was like, can I actually pick them this time? But no. All right, Yuri, here we go. Well, I'll probably be most useful helping Yuri. Natsuki.
Ray.
She got snatched already.
Oh,
We need you back in here again.
we killed her. I'm sorry. She had to go to take that bitch out.
Sorry, my
no.
dog started fucking going crazy.
Uh-oh.
Are you serious?
Oh, God damn it. Yes. Oh, shit.
Dumb bitch.
God damn it. No, wrong button. Wrong screen. Okay, there.
Dumbass.
All right.
Why would you?
Natsuki. I can already tell you're about to say something mean.
Your face is stupid. No.
Oh. How dare you?
Oh.
I was just saying. Ugh.
So, you'll be helping Yuri then, Dmdrox?
Yeah. That's what I'm going to do.
I'm glad.
Ooh.
I have a bad habit of overthinking these sort of things. So I think your assistance will be very useful.
That's great to hear. Natsuki, will you be able to handle the baking yourself?
I mean, yeah. I already said I would be fine.
Okay. Stop complaining, girl.
All
Everyone can tell that Natsuki is feeling a little sour. I mean, I don't know if a little sour is the right word for that, but
You're all gonna get alt F4'd.
also, so
strangers to her saltiness.
so is that everything we need to go over?
Yeah, that should be about it. Are you guys excited?
Well, excited might not be the wrong word. Or the right word.
It's the wrong word. No one's happy about being with you.
But I suppose I'm looking forward to it a little bit.
Do you feel the same way, Dmdrox?
Me? I mean, I guess you could say I'm interested in seeing how it'll turn out.
That's good enough for me. What about you, Natsuki?
Natsuki.
What? Why is everyone yelling at me? I didn't even do anything.
No. That's not what I meant at all. I just...
Yuri anxiously glances between everyone in the room.
I'm sorry for this. I don't really know why Drox picked me.
Bigger boobs.
And also,
I mean,
I'm just the obvious pick. Your cupcakes are the best cupcakes I've ever had.
That's a little...
They go really well with my tea. And nothing I do for the event will ever compare to that. So...
Yuri's cupcakes are
Get it?
bigger.
I get it. I'm kind of surprised, though.
Are you?
Why?
Well, I'm the one acting immature. I already know that. But you're trying to cheer me up all of a sudden.
I know I'm not very good at it. I'm sorry if I said something wrong.
Natsuki isn't the only one surprised, though. Madoka and I are also taken aback by Yuri's words. When she already has trouble with words, trying to cheer someone up must be far out of her own comfort zone. But I begin to understand. Yuri was trying to sound like Sayori. Even if it didn't work perfectly, I can tell that she tried something Sayori would try to say sometimes like this. Because Sayori always helps everyone smile and feel good about themselves.
No. I kinda appreciated it. I'm sorry for making a big deal out of nothing. But I'm going to say this.
Huh?
You better bet that my cupcakes are going to be the best part of the whole event.
I believe you.
Yeah. I hope to see everyone do their best. But with that,
Oh, great.
there's nothing more for today.
Oh no.
So I
What's
guess
going on in my Discord chat?
So, see, I got distracted too. So
Yeah,
I guess
same
it's time
here.
for us to head out.
Oh, okay. That's actually pretty cool.
That's so
Wait, who
pretty.
did that? Wait, did you do that? Wait.
So good!
Yeah, it's good. It's pretty cool.
I love it. Look at Ray's little tongue.
Okay, this is actually pretty cool. I like this
Yeah,
a lot.
I love it. Thank you
That's
for
Alright,
the
hold on.
guide.
Let's see if I can share this on screen real quick.
Mhm.
Let's see. Go over to my
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
imaging. Let's see. Chatting screen. Here we go. Okay. Wait, no, wrong one. Wait, yes, the right one. Let's see, display capture. Hide that thing. And then Discord. There we go. So copy image, open.
This
open
alone should explain why Sayori stepped out of the classroom early.
possibly. But okay, cool. Yeah, this is really cool.
Mhm.
I love it.
Thank you so
good.
much.
Thank you. Alright, so back into the game I go. And screen's up. The game screen's up on my end. Okay, ready to go.
Us. Oh,
Alright,
not me.
Natsuki.
Ah, my screen! Alright, let's get out of here then.
Everyone packs up their things. I start to follow Monica and Natsuki out the door as they chat between each other. Yeah? Turn around.
Sorry. I realize that I don't have any way of contacting you this weekend.
Oh, you're right. Hold on. I can't believe it slipped my mind. Could I give you my phone number?
I think that would be the best way, yeah.
Alright then. And we exchanged numbers. Beep boop bop.
Okay. Then I'll be stopping by your house on Sunday.
Huh? My house?
Is that a problem?
No, not at all. I just have to really clean up. That's all. I just thought
Yeah,
that
get
I
your sticky
would.
socks off the ceiling.
I don't have any sticky socks on the ceiling. Maybe under the bed, but not the ceiling.
Right, that's what I thought.
I mean, unless you give yourself like a really big shot or something.
Let's not worry about that. Anyway, I just thought it would be when going to your house. You know, I mean, since I'm the one helping you.
I suppose that makes sense. If you don't mind, I think I would prefer going to your house.
Well, all right then. In that case, it won't be a problem. I just gotta get a spatula and scrape everything off the walls.
Set it on fire.
I decided not to press Yuri any further. It's not like it should matter much either way, so I'll just need to make sure my room is clean. I hope I managed to make myself useful this time in some way. I'm not nearly as creative as you are.
Don't underestimate yourself, Drox. I think that would make a pretty productive team. I mean team.
What?
Even if you only choose to be because you feel bad or something.
Okay, wait, hold on. Did you say something else though?
Nope.
Alright then. Well, you don't really need to think about that, do you?
I don't know. It's difficult to come up with any other reason you may have chosen me.
You're forgetting the one reason that's the most common sense. I chose to help you because that's what I want to do.
But
Yuri thinks to herself with an extremely tense expression. Yuri, you're overthinking this. You wanted me to point out when you're overthinking, right?
I didn't realize.
I'm telling you, I want to. That's all there is to it. Nothing else. No alternative motives, unlike with Natsuki. Anyway, do you believe me? Yuri thinks really hard again. She looks straight into my eyes for a long while.
I believe you.
As if it took her tremendous effort, Yuri finally says that and relaxes her expression.
I'm really looking forward to Sunday.
Yeah, I am too. After that exchange, I make my way out the door and Yuri follows. Oh my god, I can't believe this! Yuri's going to be coming over to my house on Sunday, and my anxiety shoots through the roof. Okay, I'm gonna skip over to the whatever's happening. Okay, new thing. I've been getting increasingly anxious about Yuri's upcoming visit. I keep telling myself there's no reason to be nervous, but it doesn't help much. Yuri is clearly introverted, and also an intimate person in general. There's no doubt.
You know what I mean.
There's no doubt that she'll open up a little bit when it's just us two. Meanwhile, we'll even been texting occasionally. She was extremely apprehensive at first, but it wasn't long before I was already learning more about her. But putting Yuri aside, I haven't heard anything from Sayori since she left club earlier the other day. Alright, skippage. Be through.
Oh, right.
Alright, here we are. As I approach my house, I see something that makes me feel a moment of panic. Yuri!
Ah. Thank goodness.
You're a little early? I'm sorry, I wasn't home yet. Were you waiting for a long time?
No, I just got here. But I started to get really nervous when nobody answered the doorbell.
You always could have texted me. If I had known, I would have reassured you that you. Ah, damn it. Alright. If I had known, I would have reassured you and hurried more over on my way.
I suppose that's true. I didn't think of that for some reason.
It should be common sense to do that, but I decide to ignore it. Anyway, let's get inside. I see you brought a lot of stuff with you, and you seem to be in a real tight sweater.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. And did you manage to find everything I asked you to buy as well?
Yeah, pretty much. At least I hope I got everything.
I'm sure it will be fun.
Hey, you know what? This is the first time I've seen his room in a while. I take Yuri to my room, and then lock her inside a closet. Now she's mine, and she can't get away. Alright, anyway. The first thing she does is glance around curiously, which makes me feel anxious.
It's so clean.
I cleaned it before you came over, so...
That's very considerate of you.
Nah. I'd be really embarrassed if my room was a mess while you were here.
Well, I do enjoy cleaning. I would have gladly helped you clean.
I would be an even more embarrassing moment for me if you did that. Wait a minute, don't look over there! I snatched Yuri's wrist. I'm sorry,
Oh,
I
no.
snatched Yuri's wrist with which was in the process of opening a desk drawer of mine.
I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking for some reason. I was just spacing out.
It's fine. It's fine. I look over Yuri's wrist. She puts both of her hands firmly in her lap, as if making sure she's keeping track of them. So, should we get started?
Yeah. I have a few things planned that you can help with. Decorations and other atmospheric enhancements.
Atmospheric enhancements? Wait a minute. Are you sure you're using that in the right sentence?
You know. Mood lighting, aromatherapy candles.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's understandable. Okay, cool. I didn't know you planned on taking it that far, though.
Of course. I wanted to help take our guests to a faraway place. Although many will just stop by out of curiosity. And for cupcakes, I guess. I'm determined to provide an experience that will leave them wanting more.
No, that's great. It's easy to forget that you're a pretty intense person. You're a pretty intense person.
Intense?
I guess that's the best way to put it.
Is that a bad thing?
No, not at all. It's something that I like about you, actually.
Is that so? That makes me feel relieved. And kinda happy.
Yeah, no need to be so anxious. You can relax a little bit.
Relax. I got some things for relaxation. I was going to use them during the poetry event.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Let's see.
Yuri rummages through her bag. She pulls out a few candles, a wooden cider-shaped object, cylinder-shaped object.
Mm-hmm.
I did some shopping on the way here, so I happen to have these in my bag. I plan to cover the windows in black paper and use the candles to light the room. I think that would be amazing, don't you?
Yeah, that actually would be pretty neat. What's the wooden thing, though?
Oh, this? It's a diffuser for essential oils. How familiar are you with aromatherapy?
Not familiar at all. Unless you're talking about your aroma.
Oh.
Wait, that came out wrong.
Is that so? It's one of my favorite contributors to a positive atmosphere. Depending on the oils or herbs you choose, you can change the mood of the air itself. You can even feel it permeate through your body. Relaxation, positive energy, romance, reflection. It's almost like magic.
Yuri takes the cylinder and pushes the switch on the bottom. In just a moment, a thin ray of vapor begins to begins to go out of it, with a small hole on the top end of it. Wow, that actually smells pretty good. What kind of mood is that one supposed to be for?
Romance. This is a jasmine essential oil. It smells a little sweet and flowery, right?
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it, really.
I chose jasmine for the event because it provides more than relaxation. Jasmine enhances your emotions and helps you feel them flow through your body. You feel warmer, your heart pounds more heavily. Don't you think that would be perfect for sharing our poems?
It does sound suitable, but you seem to know a lot about this, so I'll trust you on your opinion with anything. Yuri smiles gently, clearly enjoying herself. She again reaches into her bag, pulls out several spools of thin ribbon. What are those for?
To tie you up with?
What?
Well, did you purchase the origami paper I asked you to get?
Yeah, I have it over here.
We won't be using the paper for folding origami. What I'd like to do is write a different word on each paper. We'll need about 100 of them.
Oh yeah? That will... What will those... God damn it. What will those be used for? There we go.
Well, I'm gonna cut pieces of ribbon to hang from the doorway of the classroom. Then we can fasten the paper onto the ribbon to create a doorway curtain. Wouldn't that be beautiful? We'll also catch the eye of those passing by the room. You may attract some to peek inside.
That's really creative. I had no idea you'd be so good at this, Yuri.
Is that so? Well, I suppose I do get a little intense, as you'd put it.
Yuri giggles with red cheeks. Is it just me, or is she more relaxed than she used to be? Or maybe it's the excitement she's feeling from sharing something that she enjoys.
Here's a marker, Drox. You can write any characters you want. I'll help you once I finish cutting the ribbons.
Alright. Sitting on the floor together, the two of us get to work. I carefully draw a different character for each paper, doing my best to manage my bad handwriting. Yuri unravels a long strand of red ribbon to her desired length. Then she reaches into her bag once more and pulls out a pocket knife and threatens me.
Get in the closet, bitch.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pause real quick. So when you mentioned the ribbon was to tie me up, when I first did this with another group, Miss Star was the only person who's actually from my original group. We made a joke that I was forced to go to the literature club by getting tied up, and there was like some sort of BDS shit going on, basically.
What?
Oh, you don't remember, or?
Wait, recall that again? Wait. Was it the Natsuki being swole or something? Or Sayori?
No. That was afterwards. We're talking about when we first did this. I was mentioning that my character was tied up and pulled over into the literature club.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! I remember now.
All right. Anyway, continuing. Knife is strangely beautiful. The silver handle has an
You got this.
intricate. Okay. The silver handle has an intricate pattern of waves etched into it. The blade itself is gently tinted blue. That's no ordinary pocket knife, is it? It looks pretty fancy.
Well,
Embarrassed, Yuri looks away. What is it?
you're gonna think it's weird.
Yuri, whatever it is, I have no reason to judge. To each their own, you know?
If you promise you won't be weirded out.
Yeah, I promise. Probably.
Alright. The thing is, I'm kind of into knives. They're just so pretty.
Okay, yeah, never mind. You're a weirdo.
I can't help it.
That's a
I don't know what it
pretty
is.
sharp confession.
The combination of craftsmanship and feeling of danger, maybe. Ugh, what am I saying? Please don't think I'm weird for this. You're laughing at me.
No, I'm not laughing at you. It's just funny how nervous you're getting about sharing. Also, hello, Karen. Wait a minute. How many points do you have, Karen?
Oh no.
Okay, cool. That's fine. Alright, moving along. It's just funny how nervous you get about sharing. It's interesting. It's an interesting thing to be into, I guess. But I think it kind of suits you.
Suits me.
Yeah, kind of intense. Besides, it's really cool. Look, it's a really cool looking knife. I can't deny that.
It is, isn't it? It'll be
Yuri
the last
Alex-
thing you ever see.
Well, yeah, it is still pretty cool. Yuri relaxes her expression once again.
Would you like to hold it?
Sure, I'll check it out. Yuri carefully hands me the knife, with the handle facing me. And then that way I can get her! Ha! Can't get me! I take it and turn it around in my hands. It feels heavy and extremely solid. Where'd you even get a knife like this? Curious of its sharpness, I feel the point of the knife with my index finger. Ow!
Rox! Why did you do that?
I didn't expect it to be that sharp.
The knife, dimwit!
I mean, I barely touched it at all, though.
My fault. Should have warned you. This knife is extremely sharp. It can cut through skin like it's paper.
You would know about that.
Oh
No
no.
kidding. A small drop of blood trickles down the side of my finger. Yuri takes my hand and gives the wound a closer look. She stares at it and noticeably fidgets. If you're squeamish, I'll go wash it off. No! Without warning, Yuri pulls my finger into her mouth and licks the wound. I feel her tongue curl around my finger. Startled, I instinctively pull my hand back.
Oh. Please forgive me. I wasn't thinking.
Okay, hold up. Are you sure you're not a yandere? Is that why your name is Yuri?
I...
Yuri lowers her head, her face burning up. Yuri?
It's the most
That's-
embarrassing thing I've ever done. How could I do something like that? I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Sure, it was a little weird, and it took me by surprise, but I guess she was just trying to help, right? Yuri, I think you're overreacting just a little bit. She doesn't lift her head. What if she doesn't recover from this for the rest of the afternoon? Also, Kieran, let's see, what up? I would have been here sooner, but I was playing some Overwatch. Oh, that's fine. You play Overwatch, man. Alright, you know what? This might be a stupid thing to do, but I do it anyway. I take Yuri's hand and lick her index finger in return. What the hell? Why does my character have like such a hand fetish or something?
Yeah, he's not say so.
Seriously, like Natsuki's a track. I lick her finger which had icing on it. On this one, she doesn't even have icing on her finger, and I take her finger in my mouth. Like, what the fuck?
Issues, bruh. Issues.
Drox! Did you really just do that?
There. Now we're even. Yuri just looks at me like I did something wrong.
Like.
Man, I knew that would have been a bad idea. If not for the sweet aroma of jasmine oil, the air would be extremely heavy right now.
You're so weird, Drox.
Yuri giggles slyly, or shyly. There we go. Yuri calling me weird? You're the one with the knife collection. I have no response to that.
Where do you keep your bandages?
Oh, I don't think I need one, really. It was just a tiny cut. Look, it's already stopped bleeding.
I see. That's relieving.
The tension is quickly lifted. We each resume our respective activities. I watch Yuri's knife cut through the ribbon like it's nothing but air. Meanwhile, I continue to make progress on the paper. After we finish attaching the paper to the ribbons, we lay them all out side by side. It looks better than I expected and would be very effective as a door curtain. There we go. It looks great. Good thinking coming up with this, Yuri.
Thanks. Is this something I saw on Pinterest, really? Are you ready to move on to the next tab?
Yeah, let's do it. What do you have in mind?
I'd like to create a banner. That's why I asked you to buy the paint tablets.
Oh yeah, that's right. One of the items Yuri had asked me to buy was a kit of watercolor paint tablets. There, sit. Ha!
We'll need about 6 cups of water to put each of the tablets in. Do you mind fetching those for us?
Of course not. 6 cups of water. Coming right up.
Thank you. Just a little bit of water is okay. If you fill the cups too much, it'll be too diluted.
Taking Yuri's advice, I decide to use small plastic bathroom cups rather than full-size glasses. I put them in a plate and catch any paint that drips, then bring it back to my room. Hey, Yuri?
Yeah?
I come in to see Yuri quickly unrolling her sleeves, pulling it back over her arm. Okay, that was weird, but I guess nothing? Your face is a little red. Is it too hot in here or something?
No, not at all.
Okay, I'm starting to wonder. Long sleeves, has a knife. Why?
Why is she so judgy, bro?
Yeah. Not at all, okay.
There's nothing wrong, so... Let's mix the paint.
Yuri hurriedly dismisses me and takes it upon herself to unwrap the Yuri hurriedly dismisses me and takes it upon herself to unwrap the tablets, dropping them into the cups.
So, I thought we would do something simple that would look very nice. I'd like to paint a gradient across the banner, starting with the colors for sunrise, then daytime, then sunset, and nighttime. Once it dries, I'll write an inspirational quote across the banner. We can hang it on the wall behind the podium at the front of the classroom.
Oh, yeah, that sounds neat. What are you going to write?
Well, it'll be more fun to surprise you.
Yuri smiles at me. Well, if you say so. After rolling out the banner, Yuri and I kneel on the opposite sides so we don't get in each other's way. Come on, mouth, move, actually move, talk, say words. Yuri uses a brush and adds a few dots of different colors across the banner to serve as color guide when we paint. This kind of reminds me of elementary school. Painting on a banner with watercolors feels a lot like the art class project we had back then. It's kind of relaxing.
Yeah, it's
I'm
pretty
sorry
long
this feels
and there's
too
different
childish.
routes. So right now we're focusing
No,
on the
I didn't mean it like that.
Yudi's
It's kind of
route,
fun,
but it's
you
a
know?
route for each girl. So yeah,
Yeah.
don't feel bad if you need to go to bed or do something.
is
Don't
fun.
worry, but it's really interesting. You can always
I'm
come
glad
back
you feel
and
that way
watch.
too.
There's a lot of videos about it.
Yuri stops painting for a moment, thinking to herself.
For me,
My
I don't need to
storyline
go
is the
out and
last
do
one, so
crazy
yeah, it
things
takes
to
a
have
while until
fun.
I talk more than that.
In fact, I usually don't even want to. I just like when I can spend time with another person. Even when it's something simple like reading. It doesn't even matter if we don't talk much.
Doesn't even matter how hard you try.
Just having a friend next to me makes things feel a little bit nicer. I think that's all it takes for me to be happy.
Is that so? Even if Yuri and I are quite different, I can understand where she's coming from. I feel that way about things like anime and games, where simply sharing the experience with someone can make me happy. I think I feel the same way. Yuri smiles gently.
I knew you'd understand.
Yuri leans over the banner to grab an unused paintbrush. But I move at the same time, causing my head to bump into hers.
Yeah,
Sorry! Yuri reels back, and I quickly lift my hands in surprise. Are you hurt?
no, I'm not hurt. It just startled me, that's all. Sorry, I should have asked you to get it for me.
It's not your fault. Your face. There are driplets of paint on Yuri's face and cheek. Is there something
there
on
something on my-
Oh, go
Is
ahead.
there something on my face?
Yeah, I accidentally got some paint on you. Sorry, it's totally my fault. I'll get a towel right away. I rush out and fetch a small towel. Then I dampen it with some water. I return to my room and kneel back down in front of her. Here. I pat down Yuri's
What
face
is
and
that
neck with
face
the towel.
expression?
All that.
Ugh. Ooh, kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
Is something wrong?
It's hot. I just didn't expect it.
Sorry. I didn't want to use cold water. Having finished, I started to reach my hand. Retract. Alright, there we go. Having finished, I started to retract my hand. But Yuri suddenly holds my wrist.
Wait,
Huh?
just for a little longer. It feels really nice.
Oh. I keep my hand still against Yuri's neck.
Hold up, I come back like just having a moment with my boyfriend. What just happened here?
Well, it seems that Yuri's having a moment with the new character?
Mm-hmm.
Woman!
She looks into my eyes. It's an intense expression that I recognize from when she reads her books. Almost as if she's lost in a daze, enveloped by her own thoughts. Am I a book to her now? She breathes gently, half through slightly parted lips. What's happening here? Is it the aroma of the jasmine oil giving me this dizzy feeling? Yuri's gentle fingers wrap around my wrist and send a tingling sensation through my arm. And suddenly, her face seems so much closer to mine than it was a moment ago. Yuri slowly pulls away.
Sorry. I've been feeling a little lightheaded today. I didn't mean to space out.
But it's fine. The moment is over as soon as it began. Yuri picks up her brush again, but her movements seem clumsier, like she's unable to focus. I remain silent, however, focused on ignoring the event that just transpired. I hesitantly retrieve my own brush and continue following Yuri's example. That should do it. I finish filling the night sky with the white dots that look like stars. Looking at the banner as a whole, it's very pretty and natural looking.
I think it came out better than I expected. I'm really happy with the results.
Yeah, me too. Are you going to add the lettering now?
Not yet. It needs to dry first.
That's true, but won't that take a while?
Well, perhaps it would be best to leave it here and have you bring it in the morning. I can do the lettering in the classroom before the event starts. Is that okay?
That's totally fine.
Wonderful. In that case, I don't think there's anything more for us to do here.
Oh, okay, cool.
You say that like you're glad it's over. Was I wrong to assume that you were at least enjoying yourself a little bit?
No, it's not that. I'm just glad we managed to get everything done.
I see. I am too. I was a little concerned about time. I need to start making dinner soon.
Ah, so you don't have any time left? I was actually secretly hoping that we would have extra time after finishing the work.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I made it
Well-
the bed and everything.
Clean the socks off. Well,
Yuri thinks to herself.
I think it would be too irresponsible of me to wait too much longer. I'm sorry. I was hoping there'd be more time as well.
It's probably my fault. Sorry for being such a slow worker.
No, it's not your fault at all. The important thing is we got everything done, right?
Yeah,
So, I shouldn't be disappointed or anything.
gathering all her things, Yuri seems to look a little downcasted. I understand why. Sounds like she rarely gets the opportunity to spend time with friends in a relaxing environment. But that doesn't mean that this is the last time this can happen. Not unless Monica has something to say about it. Once Yuri picks up, I walk her out the front door. Packs up, there we go.
Thank you so much for having me today.
No problem. I'm glad I was able to help. Just let me know if there's anything else you need me to bring tomorrow.
I will.
Well then.
Well then, I guess I'll see you tomorrow?
Wait, hold on. kind of say that without thinking. About today. It's fine that we don't have that much time as we wanted, right? We didn't have as much time as we wanted because we can do this again whenever you want. You can come over and we can go out somewhere. I forgot you don't like going out much. Never mind about that. As I stumble over my words, Yuri simply smiles bashfully. Anyway, you know what I'm trying to say, so...
You're very thoughtful, Drox.
Yuri takes a step closer to me, then briefly squeezes my hand.
I kind of like that about you.
Well, how am I supposed to respond to that? But I didn't even get a chance to... As Yuri suddenly did... goddammit. What am I saying? Okay. But I didn't even get a chance to think about it, as Yuri suddenly pulls back.
Sayori?
Huh? What happened?
Hi, Drox.
Sayori, just now, we weren't...
It's okay, Drox. I just stopped by to say hi as all.
Well,
What?
it's nice to see you. I'm sorry, but I'm already on my way to leave.
Oh, really? That's too bad.
I'm sorry. But we'll all be together at the festival tomorrow, so... So that's fine, right?
Of course.
Sayori beams.
Yeah, so... I'll see you tomorrow.
Clearly embarrassed, Yuri hurries off. Sayori waves goodbye after her. Okay, so... saving here. Alright, so we kind of know where this leads to at this point. It's just the same thing. So, let's see. It's been 3 hours.
Yeah.
We can go ahead and take a break, stretch our legs, all that kind of stuff, get food, whatever you need to do, and then we can come back and continue.
Okay.
Well, my boyfriend made some seafood casserole and he brought it up to me. Plus, he made
That's
some milk
nice.
tea as well.
We're going past 3
Yeah,
hours.
milk tea.
Yeah.
Well, that's if you guys
Yes.
want to, now I think about it. So, do you guys want to keep going, or do you want to stop here and then save Sayori's trail for next time?
I mean, we already know what happened.
How much longer would it be if we were to continue?
Well,
you
if
think?
let's see, we already read through everything that's mostly important, so we can just skip everything and then just get her parts only.
Yeah, we're literally just like squeezing for like the new parts, so.
Yeah.
Right.
So-
I just like if it's any longer than like an hour and a half, then I'll have to go. But I probably won't be too much Yuri, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm ever coming back.
Let's see. Hold on, before I do that, let's see. Main menu?
But yeah, I'm just waiting for the casserole to like cool down because he just made it.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Site stories. Hey, guess who gets to do their stuff?
Ooh.
Yes.
Alright, so Natsuki, guess what?
You'd be back.
Yeah, you're gonna come back, Natsuki.
What?
Yeah, you're gonna be needed for sure.
Hell yeah!
Fuck.
But the question is, which part?
Well, let's see. If we're gonna go in order, it's gonna be Natsuki and Monica, and then the next one is gonna be Sayori and Natsuki.
All right.
All right, so I got a new plan then. New
Okay.
plan.
Uh-huh.
We take a break and then we do the first side story between Natsuki and Monica. And then after that, I guess we can just wrap things up and just kind of wind down with the just chatting part
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
All right, cool. So we'll take a break and then we'll come back for side story part 1 with Natsuki and Monica.
Sounds good. How long is the break?
just however long it takes you to like use the bathroom or stretch or get water or whatever.
Do it
Just
easy.
when everybody
Okay.
gets back, we'll all be
Deep
back.
fry.
Okay, well, I'm here, so.
All right. So yeah, I'll be back though.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
gonna
be
get
right
some
back
water
too.
personally.
So you're
Okay,
admitting
great.
you need to pee.
I will answer with possibly.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll be right back too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I am back. Ooh, ow, ow, ow. I have no idea who else is back though. Although this gives me an opportunity to go and find.
I'll be here.
Oh, hey, welcome back.
I've been here the whole time.
Oh, never mind. Okay, so every now and then I've been like using my phone to try and find Ray's YouTube channel on my phone, and for whatever reason,
I'm back.
it won't find her. Okay, don't
I
know
mean,
why.
there's always the server. I mean, the channel links channel is like there for a reason, right?
No, I know that. I mean, I'm
I'm
talking
back,
about on my phone
everyone.
specifically.
Uh,
I can find it on my computer just fine. Let's see. Oh. What did I just do?
Did we lose somebody?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Ray is defend. That's why we heard the noise.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, that explains it.
Yes. What are we doing?
Oh, we're waiting for everyone else to come back, unless everybody's already here again.
Okay.
Yeah, like me, who's been here the whole time.
Thank you. And thank you for still being there. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I really enjoy
Oh,
and appreciate your
let's see.
presence.
Go over here. Haha. All right. So, while we're waiting for everyone else to come back, hmm. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and ask you one question from my little list of questions.
Me?
Mm.
Yep.
Well,
Well, you
well,
mean both of you can answer this one.
Okay.
oh, okay.
So let's see. On my big list of questions, let's. Where are you? Open it that one. Open up that one. Okay, question sheet 1. Here we go. Why am I zoomed in on this? Oh wait, whatever. Okay, so can you guys explain your Twitter handles?
Well, mine is pretty much my pen name that I use like all the time, so I don't think there's much explanation for that.
Okay, cool. I'm pretty sure that's basically the explanation for everyone's, but yeah, go ahead.
In my case, my handle is Mana Yunuheya, which means Mana Yu's room. So yeah, you come into my room to chill, you know.
Okay. So cool. All right. Well, there goes that question.
I'm back. I was
Hey!
showing them because I'm gonna be honest with you. I was looking at Twitter a little bit, and there was a fucking video that popped up, and in the start, it has like heavy breathing, and it freaked me out because I got really scared. I was like, that sounds like porn, and then I had to explain to my chat. I was like, look, it was literally a video of Kazuha with an electrovision. He just sounds kind of sus. And they're all like, are you sure you weren't watching porn? And I had to go back and show them the video.
Oh my god.
That's what just happened.
Chat. Hey, Amu's chat. I can see you guys now. It was totally porn. She was just using a different video.
Oh
Don't
my
believe her.
He says it's a single breath. Well, yeah, but that's the thing, though. I didn't know what it was gonna sound like, and then all I heard was, I was like, no! And that's why I immediately turned it off.
Okay.
Oh my god. Whatever.
Alright, so.
It sounded sus to me.
Sus. We knew it. Oh man.
I can literally. Do you guys want to see my history?
You don't have to. We already know.
You guys need
Everybody,
to see the history.
listen. Amu. I'm sorry, not Amu. Ray,
Hey,
listen.
Did you see the doodle that I did earlier, Ray?
I did. I liked it.
Thank you.
Ray,
Whatever, all
listen,
you guys suck.
Listen, you gotta understand, okay? Everyone watches porn, okay?
Everyone does not watch porn.
Not everyone.
I'm pretty sure everyone watches.
No.
That's your wishful thinking.
I will tell you here, you guys, my chat makes a joke about me being say-so, but I will say to you, and you can take it at whatever fucking value you want. I don't. I do not. I care not for it.
And that's fine.
Yeah, my friend says porn is boring.
Why'd you go like that,
Anyway.
huh?
No reason. There's no reason. Well, anyway, let's see. Did Kale come back?
Not yet.
Okay, she's not back yet.
I will dox my browser history. There's nothing fucking in there.
She just used incognito mode. That's all. It's just
You guys,
incognito mode.
you know what? No, fuck all of you guys. I'll show you right here, right now.
But I believe
don't
you.
give a
I don't
fuck.
need to FF.
No, you do need to see. You need to see it now. You guys want to see? There it is.
All right, I'm watching on your. I'm
You can
watching your
literally
right
look
now.
today,
go.
Saturday, September 11th, 2021. This is all I've been doing.
Watching on
And
your,
I was on
I'm watching your
Pinterest. And I was on Steam. And I was on PayPal. And I was on Amazon looking at Tamagotchis. That's literally all that happened. I was looking at Techware, Alien Isolation. I was looking at this VTuber earlier. This was at 2. So you can even see the time frame.
Awesome.
All I've been doing is going on Twitter.
I see. Okay.
Douchebags. I'm innocent. I have cleared my name. I don't even know how to go incognito, and that's kind of sad.
Does no one know how to go incognito?
I don't know how. I've been told a lot of times that I should do it.
We do what?
I should go incognito just in general because I stream, just in case I ever, need to show my browser history that I should be going out incognito. Because sometimes I look up really weird things.
I use incognito all the time just because I'm too lazy to delete my browser history. So.
deleted the evidence. Man, you would see a gap in the timeline, you dumbasses.
Well, I mean, who says that you just weren't on that site for an hour and then went to the next site?
Right. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's literally the entire history, it goes minute by minute. 18, 16, 15, 14, 10, 9,
That just
8,
that,
7,
that,
6,
that just means you were
5,
switching sites a
4,
bunch of times. That's all.
3, 2, 1. But it's consistently minute by minute clicking on different pages.
Why you think the net was porn?
Whatever. I am completely in the clear. I have proven myself because it goes minute by minute of me clicking, and there is no porn that is a minute long.
Nobody, just
That's
You know,
saying,
the
like,
porn that's a minute long is for those of you that are weak.
I don't know. Your chat seems to be saying otherwise.
Control Shift N. There's literally Control. I literally use the incognito browser. Don't worry, I'm leaving you. Are you guys gonna teach me how to go incognito? I'm very excited about this, actually.
Oh, nice. We believe you.
Yeah,
Whatever.
some people
that
believe
weird
you.
smile.
I hate all of you guys. Whatever.
Okay, so earlier I was
Feedback.
asking a question from that list of questions that I got.
Mhm.
So yeah, I just did the top one, which was explain your Twitter handle.
Yeah.
So can you explain yours? Which is probably gonna be very simple.
right?
Yeah, right.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
Yes.
Oh, my
You.
Twitter handle. Wait, what do you mean? Explain my Twitter handle. What's my Twitter handle?
That's the question. That's literally just the question. Just
Like-
explain your Twitter handle.
In relation to what? When was this question asked? Was this a question asked when they were looking at my browser history?
No.
No, this was just a question asked while we were waiting for you to come back, or
Oh!
for everyone to come
What was
back.
the interview question?
Oh, I was gonna say, because you weren't seeing my my Twitter handle in the history, so I wouldn't know. But mine is just my name.
Oh yeah, see,
Mhm.
simple, very
Yeah,
simple.
just like how it's my name too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And let's see, mine. Let's see. I can explain mine real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let me tell you a tale about how I even came up with the name Drox.
I'm gonna go to bed.
No, I'm joking. I don't really care. It's just I just had it for a long time, and it's like, okay, cool. So it was just stuck that way.
Apparently there is porn that's less than a minute long.
Are you looking
way.
this up?
Huh?
Those are-
Sorry. What?
Those are for the
No,
10-second
my
ones.
my chat said that. My chat was like, "There's porn that's less than a minute long." That's
Yes,
just
okay.
sad.
I am back.
I mean,
Hi,
oh hey, welcome back.
about
All right, cool.
porn.
Everyone's back.
Why?
I have to get up a lot earlier tomorrow than I anticipated, so I probably should go now. I'm very
Oh, okay.
sorry.
Oh, no worries.
That's okay.
Yeah.
All right then.
My family decided to make plans.
Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was
My
a lot
family
of
Okay.
decided to make plans that I'm included in and not tell me. So I have to get up
you know what?
early.
Well, thank you for coming with us then. I appreciate it. Let's
It's
go
very
ahead and
fun.
shout you out real quick.
Thank you.
So, shout out. Wait. Oh, here we are. There you are. There we go. All right,
Thank you.
cool. So, yeah, go ahead. Like before, for anybody who's new here, go ahead and check out her channel. She does some stuff. It's nice. She does League of Legends, or at least that's the last thing she did. She also does some other stuff.
It's so precious.
Yeah.
Thank
She
you.
is a 3-horned elf, just so you know.
Nice.
Yes.
They are.
Anyway. All right, so I'll see you next time then. But yeah, again, thanks
Have
for
a good
stopping.
night.
You too, see
And
ya.
you too.
Goodbye.
And move in.
Why all this talk about porn, my chat asked? Because I was sussed at.
I mean, if we're gonna talk about porn, then let
No, we're
me
not.
tell you something.
I don't. Wait. Listen, hold on. Hold that thought for now. We're gonna go back into the game.
Yeah.
When afterwards we can talk about it.
I was just gonna say that I'm very vanilla when it comes to it. So,
Okay.
Good for you. I didn't need to know that.
And it's wholesome.
I don't need to report me.
All right. Side story. Natsuki, we need you.
I'm sorry. I was my blanket. I needed a blanket.
Okay, go ahead.
In that case,
got
who's
my
gonna be
blanket.
Yuri then?
I'll do it.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, I'll do it. It's fine.
Okay. You want to do
Okay.
Yuri? No, it's not hot. Shut up.
Kieran, we aren't talking about porn right now. We'll do it later.
Jeez, that's the only
We'll talk about it
conversation
later.
right now.
Not right now, though.
Wait, are you sure you don't want me to do Yuri?
It's okay. I could do it. I think you could do it. Probably.
All right.
All right, here we go. It's been several weeks since the club has officially started. Though their initial setbacks, the three club members so far, Monica, Sayori, and Yuri, have increased their collective bond within the club. Sayori has partaken in some of Yuri's high fantasy literature. All three of them, led by Sayori, have taken an interest in poetry. On a day like any other, three find themselves suddenly interrupted by the clubroom door opening. And in walked a girl none of them seen before. She was short and didn't quite reach the top of the window at the door.
Hi.
Sayori tugs expectantly at Monica's sleeve. Yuri shifts in her excitedly at Monica's sleeve. Yuri shifts in her seat and buries her eyes in her book.
Are you here for the literature club?
Yeah.
Yay, that's great. Thanks for stopping by. It's kind of a small club still, so it's really exciting to see new faces.
Yeah! Come and sit down somewhere. You can sit next to my desk.
Sayori prances over to her desk and presses her palms onto it.
Listen! Oh, and Yuri can make you some tea as well. Maybe some milk tea.
I'm good. Listen, this is not gonna be the best, okay? Just, I don't know. Roll with it for now.
Of course.
Yuri looks up at Sayori in protest for having drawn attention to her. Natsuki suddenly glances between everyone, then sits down next to Sayori. Monica follows by, sitting nearby. The sudden gathering prompts Yuri to stand up, deciding that standing in the corner and making tea doesn't sound so bad after all.
Okay, then how about we all introduce ourselves?
Okay.
Well, I'm Monica. I'm the one who started the club. I was originally in the debate club, but I really wanted to do something I felt more passionate about, if that makes sense. So I started a literature club as a way for people to express themselves through writing or reading or whatever other kind of literature.
Also, Ray Chat. Again, porn and maybe fetishes will be talked about later.
Jeez.
Hey, my chat, I want to introduce you. You know, I figured it was your club. You have that vibe.
I have what vibe?
The killer, stalker, crazy kind. Oh, you know, like... Never mind. I'm not gonna judge people I just met like that.
That's what you just did.
Very adult-like of you. I
Also-
always judge people so hard.
And Kieran, again, no, that wasn't a moan. That was my attempt at trying to sound distressed. Which also sounds like a moan, so forget it. Never
Sure
mind.
you don't want help with that?
Oh, no you don't, Sayori.
Yeah, she does. Yuri's deadpanned voice carries across the room. Natsuki giggles.
I'm Sayori. I just like learning about everyone and making friends. Oh, and I also like poetry as well.
Oh, yeah? Very adult-like of you.
I'm an adult after all.
The sound of Yuri's electric kettle steaming up fills the room.
Oh, that's Yuri.
Wait, that's why I
I'm also in Sayori now.
That's Yuri, the one with the T. That's Yuri.
Sayori lowers her voice.
She's kind of shy, but she's really nice and super smart. She likes big fantasy books and tea, and I love her, as well as her big titties.
Well, I guess that leaves me then.
The itty bitty titty committee. There we go.
I'm Natsuki. I like listening to music and hanging out downtown and stuff. And my favorite ice cream flavor is strawberry.
What a surprise! Pink haired.
Oh, ice cream. My favorite flavor is probably
Cookie dough. Or maybe chocolate.
Like my men, but it's cookie dough.
Huh. Wait a minute. What is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, like,
wait,
what's
no,
wrong with
I know
that?
it. Don't answer that question. Forget.
Well, what the fuck though? I didn't know that Sayori really like cookie dough ice cream because I also love freaking cookie dough ice cream. What the fuck?
I think a lot of people like.
Yeah, like
cookie dough
who
ice
doesn't
cream,
like
though.
that?
You know how like me and Sayori share like similarities between like each other?
Yeah.
Like, this is another
And-
one.
In some way, yeah, I can see that. But all right, that's just another thing to add to the list. Oh.
And
awesome.
Monica's is probably vanilla.
How did she know that?
No,
then?
it's actually black cherry.
Oh, is it?
If you know what I mean.
What the heck?
I take way too many online quizzes. The ice cream ones are always accurate.
Yuri's favorite though.
Probably green tea. I'm just joking. I have no idea for Yuri.
Still.
It's pretty chill here. Do you just like hang out or do you actually do club stuff?
Well, we do club stuff too. It just hasn't been very structured yet, since we only have like 3 members. So we kind of just loosely spend our time doing the stuff we like. But I keep thinking it's about time we start with like some more stricter club activities. It's been a while by now since I started the club, so yeah. Well, with that being said, what kind of literature are you into, Natsuki? Anything you'd like the club to get into?
I guess I'm literature. Well, I like manga.
Manga?
Hey, why'd you say it like that?
Jeez.
I want to read manga in the club.
Sorry, I'm getting spammed by Haas right now, so I'm like, what's going on? Okay. Wait, hold on a second.
You're good, you're good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, that's the sentence I'm reading.
Pretty happens to like Something or like Yu-Gi-Oh or like shoujo manga or like Naruto or like Jujutsu Kaisen or Bleach or
Only 18 plus yaoi.
you have taste. So which one's your favorite? Do you like JoJo Romantica? Do you like Yellow? Do you like yada yada?
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, I'm back. I'm there.
Okay, cool.
I'll figure it out if it comes back again. Okay.
All right.
Wait, hold on a second. Sayuri?
Sayori?
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. But anyways, this is so great. Like after all been doing all this,
Yuri returns to the desk with a tray of teacups, which She sits down on an empty desk. Then she sits down at an empty desk.
After all of the deep and immersive reading I've been doing, I wouldn't mind doing something a little more simple.
Manga isn't simple. If you think like that, you just don't understand the nuance.
Simple like that.
Well, anyway, putting manga aside, is there any other kind of literature, whatever that said?
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Well, not really.
In that case, have you considered the anime club?
Are you serious? I'm not gonna join the anime club. It's full of
Weeaboos.
weird guys.
Or that.
Ugly
Come
fact
on, is it that big of a deal? Manga is literature, right?
I mean, I guess if you consider the literal definition of literature, then technically...
I get it. Look. I'll do whatever club activities you want. Can I please just join? I won't bother anyone. If I can just, like, keep my manga here and hang out after school, I'll do literally whatever you want me to do. That's fine, right?
Yeah, I guess there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh my god, thank you. You're the best. I have most of it crammed into my locker, so I'm gonna start getting it, okay?
And Natsuki stands up.
Bigger are our lockers, but do you need some help?
Nah, I got it. I don't want you to see my locker.
But you just told me you read yaoi. But if you say so, then there's nobody's worse than mine.
I hope we never find out then.
Sort of like her history.
Browser history?
Natsuki exits the club room, leaving everyone in silence, save for the sound of Yuri sipping on her
Slapping
tea.
Slapping.
I'm such a
So-
pushover.
You're really like, this dude fucking slaps!
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I don't think we heard you.
Oh, okay. I'm such a pushover.
Hey, it's not that bad. Natsuki seems like a lot of fun.
Maybe, but I mean... She has, like, no actual interest in literature, you know? And that's not really fine, but she said she would participate in club activities like it's some kind of obligation.
Her tea is getting cold.
Yeah!
Okay, British Yuri.
What is that supposed to mean?
I mean, she seems pretty posh, so...
Yeah, that works.
Anyway, Monica, as you were saying.
Yeah. Wait, that's not related.
Well, I think everyone deserves a chance. Especially if we could bring her happiness. Besides, maybe she'll take a liking to literature.
Are you sure you just don't want her... are you sure you don't just want to read her manga, Sayori?
Hey, damn!
Sorry, I didn't mean that. I just feel really uneasy about this. Do you have any opinion, Yuri?
Not particularly. No. God damn. She said she wasn't going to bother anyone. That includes me, so...
Wait, does that mean I bother you?
Yes. I mean, no. You're a pleasure to be around.
I was just fishing for a compliment.
Figures. I mean, I know. I mean, whoops.
But still. I really think we should give Natsuki a chance.
Yeah, alright. But I really am going to start enforcing club activities.
I am willing to cooperate in your
Yes?
endeavors.
Uh-huh.
Suddenly, the three of them hear a thump against the door.
What was that?
Sayori stands up and walks over to the door and opens it.
Thank you.
Carrying 3 boxes of what is presumably manga, Natsuki grunts and wobbles inside before slowly bending over and dropping the stack onto the floor, just gently as she can.
That's quite a collection.
Fairy giggles with excitement. While catching her breath, Natsuki replies,
There's still one more box. I could put them away myself. I know how to organize them.
Monica anxiously glances between Sayori and Yuri. Is this really okay for the club? Maybe it's what she needs to really kick the club into gear before everyone gets too complacent. Yeah. It seems like things are finally going to start getting more serious. At the next club meeting, Monica is the first to arrive. But ever since Natsuki joined, she feels a lot less relaxed.
Why am I so nervous?
Monica paces, trying to figure out her feelings. Natsuki said she wasn't going to bother anyone, so why does it feel like the atmosphere has changed so much? Oh, wait, that's her thoughts. Shit.
Oh, well,
Alright.
that was that.
Well, it doesn't matter. Alright. While Monica thinks, the club door opens, revealing Natsuki carrying a box. Monica forces a smile as Natsuki makes her way to the closet. Natsuki forces one in return.
Need help?
No, I got it.
Monica awkwardly tries to start some kind of conversation, but fails. Curious, she peeks into the closet where Natsuki stashes all her manga. Once dull with school supplies, the shelves are now vibrant with bright colors and cute-looking artwork.
You know, the top shelves is pretty empty. Maybe you could keep it up there?
I can't reach up there. That would be so inconvenient.
Yeah, but... the teachers are going to ask what all this manga is doing in here. And I have to tell them it's for the literature club.
Oh?
Monica backs off and slumps into her desk. With this kind of tension, it feels like the relaxed atmosphere accumulated over the past few weeks and began sucking...
Is
being sucked right out of the room. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
So Yuri spins around into the club room.
Oh, I see someone's in a good mood.
Yeah. 'Cause I have this.
So Yuri brandishes a cookie wrapped in plastic. Dun, 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 dun.
I got some money. I got a cookie.
Found.
Oh, that's so sweet.
As Sayori trots over to the closet, the colorful shelves catch her eye.
Which one do I start with?
Well, you can start by giving me a bite of that cookie.
Hey. I saved up all my luck to find that money.
If you want entry into my kingdom, you need to pay the tax, peasant.
Oh.
Defeated, Sayori unwraps her cookie and breaks off a piece for Natsuki. Then, Yuri suddenly walks into their club room. Monica glances at her with pleading eyes. Yuri returns a quick nod of understanding.
Well, everyone's here now.
Despite the club only having one more person than before, it somehow feels twice as lively.
Okay, so I think today we should go over some potential club activities and see which one we want to do first. We have 4 members now, so it would be great if we found some stuff to do as a group. Does that sound good to everyone?
I agree.
Okay, so I have some ideas of my own, but I want to hear your ideas too.
Well, I've been having a lot of fun learning about everyone else's interests. Maybe we can give each person a day to share their favorite kind of literature with everyone else?
Well, maybe. Something tells me that.
Monica glances at Yuri and Natsuki, who both appear very unwilling to even consider each other's interest.
Maybe we can try to come up with something that everyone can enjoy equally. You know, like we all vote on a book to read or something like that. I think we should all collectively try to expand our interests, rather than just stick to the things we're familiar with.
Why does it feel like I'm being targeted here?
Natsuki, didn't you say you would go along with whatever the club wanted to do?
Well, yeah, but that doesn't make it okay for you to ignore everyone else's preferences. I like Sayori's suggestion.
Too.
Of course. Yeah, but...
Monika's voice trails off. Although she let Natsuki join the club, Monika finds it incredibly difficult to relent to her demands. If Natsuki doesn't respect the club, why should Monika have to yield to Natsuki's opinion in the first place?
Natsuki, are you sure that you don't have any other literature interests that you could share with the club? I swear, I don't mind if you keep your manga in here, but I just...
Natsuki cuts Monika off by suddenly standing up.
Well, it's obvious that I'm not wanted here, so I'm just going to leave. But I really would have appreciated you being more upfront about it.
Okay, I think you're kind of jumping to conclusions here, but you're free to do whatever you want.
Natsuki shoots Monika a quick glare before walking straight out the door. I heard the TV.
Yeah, me too.
I swear I'm using the push to talk, but
I said, oh no!
Sayori runs after her, leaving just Monika. And only Monika.
Oh.
Well, I mean, there's Yuri there too. For the second time today, Monika slumps down into a desk.
Why am I such a jerk? No, she's a jerk. She's just making me feel this way.
Monika looks up at Yuri, seeking information. Yuri looks away.
She probably just went around looking for the smallest club she could find so she doesn't have to participate. How does she expect me to give her respect when she has no respect for the club? Am I wrong, Yuri? Thanks for the follow, Dom.
I'm not good at these things. Monika sighs.
Me neither. I just have no idea what to do.
It's not sorry. Sorry.
I don't want to hurt anyone, but I feel like it's not wrong to enforce the club vision. You know, like, people should join because they want to express their passion for literature, or at least develop it. So, maybe she's not a good fit for the club after all?
I just want to read my books. Just leave me alone and let me read my books, please. Monika sits in silence, afraid to accept her tentative conclusion. Yuri looks tense, but she doesn't seem to want to add anything.
You can go back to reading. I know this doesn't concern you.
It does.
It does? How?
Well, I just can't comfortably read in an atmosphere where the peace has been disturbed.
Oh. Well, great. I'm just ruining the whole club then.
That's not accurate. That's not an accurate conclusion to make.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of voicing my frustration and I guess guilt. I feel it's like my frustration wants to blame her, but my guilt wants to blame me. Why is it the hardest to be rational during the times you need it the most?
I don't think you're being irrational. I think Natsuki is. She has no authority to walk in here and make demands of the club, your club. Something as ridiculous as manga has no place here. The fact that you're even storing it in here for her should make her completely embedded to you.
Well, you're right, but I don't know. Isn't it kind of harsh to see things like it's ridiculous and it has no place here?
Do you not feel the same way? You've been doing everything you can to avoid associating the club with it. So I assume you felt the same way about it.
That's not true. Well,
Recalling her confirmations with Natsuki. Confrontation, there we go. Recalling her confrontation with Natsuki, a realization started to set in.
you may be right. I mean, if it was anything besides manga, would I really be acting like this? Maybe I've just been convincing myself that it has nothing to do with the manga.
Hold on a second. It's a... Yeah, I mean... let's see. Says, don't disturb. Yeah, it's a don't disturb status on your Discord, by the way. Missed. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but yeah. Okay.
I'm really upset that I would let myself do that.
With a sigh, Monica walks over to the closet. She finds herself staring at the colorful shelves.
It's just, this really wasn't what I had in mind for a club about literature. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that.
Monica starts defending her position once again. It's a complicated issue that Monica had failed to consider before now. Where has this line been drawn at what's considered literature? Lost in thought, she reaches into one of the larger boxes set and pulls out a volume, inspecting it for no particular reason. The cover features 4 girls striking cute and exaggerated poses, all dressed in short skirts.
Yeah, I mean...
Amused by the absurdity of the cover, Monica opens the book.
Oh.
Alright, so side story part 1, done.
That's nice. I haven't done the side stories. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, well, the side stories are kind of a new thing, so
Okay.
I don't know what's going on with it either,
Okay.
really. I just kind of follow along. Alright, side story part 2. And things will wrap up after.
This sucks. Why is Monica such a jerk? She should be grateful that I even joined her stupid club. It's not like she can find any members.
Monica's usually really nice, I swear! She cares so much about everyone in the club being happy.
Yeah, right.
Well, she usually does.
Maybe when she's not busy being so judgmental. So what if I'm into manga? Why can't just one person accept that instead of being so condescending about it?
What?
I said accept it.
Okay, there we go.
I think it's cute.
Oh, come on! That's condescending too!
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I just want to support you is all.
Natsuki sighs.
I know. Thanks. It just really sucks.
You want me to talk to Monica about it?
I don't know. It's not like I'm gonna change. It's not like it's gonna change her opinion of me. Like, even if you were to convince her to back off, that wouldn't suddenly make me feel like I'm actually welcome in the club. I should just find another club.
Wait, you don't have to do that. We can figure this out, please. I mean, I'm the vice president, or at least I think I am. Anyway, and I don't want you to leave. Everyone deserves to feel welcome and to be happy, so I want to make that happen for you. I was wondering, what was the reason that you decided to join the literature club?
Well,
Natsuki hesitates for a little bit.
it's kind of dumb.
Don't say that. There's no such thing as a dumb reason when everyone's welcome.
I wasn't welcome.
You were to me. So,
Just don't tell anyone, okay? Especially Monica.
I promise.
Natsuki sighs.
I'm just tired of everyone judging me all the time. I can't enjoy any of the stuff I'm into without people making snotty comments about it. Not that I care about what anyone else thinks. But, you know, it's Science for the Literature Club so that you can be yourself or whatever. Though I decided it was at least worth a shot. That was a lie, apparently.
Natsuki dejectedly kicks the toe of her shoe against the wall.
Oh, and I like writing too.
Really? How come you didn't say that to Monica?
Because she was being so judgmental that I didn't just want to tell her something she wanted to hear. She didn't deserve that kind of satisfaction. And if she knew I was into writing, then she would just be like everyone else and try to push me away from the manga in favor of the more mature thing.
The two of them remain silent for a while. Sayori understands that it's out of the question for Natsuki to return to the club room for today, at least. But Natsuki has a reason for wanting to join the club, just like everyone else. It's part of the club vision for her to be welcome.
You deserve to express yourself as much as everyone else does. That's supposed to be what the club is for. So, I'm going to do everything I can to fix this. I promise.
It's lunchtime the next day. The cafeteria and hallway were bustling with students, rushing to meet with their friends and make the most out of their limited break time. Which is surprising because I honestly never seen any other students in this school.
What? Where could she be?
Amongst them is Monica, who always eats lunch in her classroom, but she has some additional business today. Fearing Natsuki would avoid coming to the club, Monica decided to try and find her during lunch so that she could make amends. After searching for an extensive time, Monica finally spots her. Despite her short stature, Natsuki's bright hair helps her stand out from the crowd, making her the only thing that's actually pink in the crowd in the first place.
Oh gosh.
Suddenly feeling awkward, Monica is afraid to get closer. Natsuki is with some friends whom Monica doesn't recognize, and they all energetically chat together. it'd really be tactless to just interrupt them. Oh, hey, look at that, another student.
I can try if you want. They're
Uh,
Natsuki's friends.
I can be
Let's see,
friend
we
two.
can,
Oh,
we can
no,
just
I'm
all
talking.
play whoever's, like... So you can do friend 1, and then I guess if there's a friend 2, one of us can do friend 2.
Mhm.
And so on.
Okay.
I guess I can.
Oh yeah, did you end up joining the literature club or what? Huh? Of course I joined. Why wouldn't I?
Friend 2, who's gonna be friend 2?
I'll do friend 2. Ha! I
Okay.
told you she would join.
Come on. You know she only joined because you wouldn't stop giving her crap about the anime club. I told you, I never even wanted to join that stupid club.
Oh, sure.
Well, you have to give her some credit for at least making an effort to finally grow past that trash.
True. Well, congrats on finally graduating middle school, Natsuki. We're proud of you. Shut up! Just let me do my thing.
Oh, Ray, your chat apparently thinks that friend 2 sounds very cute, apparently. So, good job.
Thank you! Thank you! I'm the one that also does Sayori!
You got. There we go.
I'm just joking. You know we love you.
Yeah, once the literature club makes you a famous writer, we'll be the first ones to buy your book.
What? You're gonna buy her smutty fan fiction?
Wow, okay. We put the fanfiction onto the wrong character.
Well, obviously, I want a signed copy.
That was like years ago! Don't you think I've grown out of it by now? I told you, I was joking. Besides, it's a good reminder of how far you've come since then. Not to mention, you couldn't have done it without us. That gives us a pass to joke about it.
Oh shoot, god damn it, why do I keep doing that? No, damn it! Damn small tiny screens.
Yeah, sure.
They grow so fast, it brings a tear to my eye.
Natsuki suddenly glances in Monika's direction, prompting Monika to quickly turn away and distance herself.
What the heck? That was horrible. I should have said something to defend her. Why do I have to be some conflict avoidant? Not that I deserve to say anything. I'm hardly better than them after the way I treated her. I'm so awful. I'm not doing anything right.
After school ends, Monika distractedly makes her way to the club room. She finds Yuri already inside, eyes on a book as usual. In a book. Monika picks a desk and slumps into it. Something seems to be doing rather something she seems to be doing rather often lately. There we go.
Kitty, I don't think I can be club president. I suck at handling anything that doesn't go like exactly my way.
Yuri looks up from her book.
It's like the literature club is a place where you get to express yourself, unless it's in a way that I don't like. I'm still mad at myself. And I'm mostly mad that I didn't have the self-reflection skills to realize what I was doing. So much for maturity. Thank you, Elle. Talk to you later. Sorry, I really shouldn't be complaining out loud like this. There's just like a ton on my mind.
No.
Hmm?
I enjoy listening.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Yuri shrugs. It just makes me feel nice.
Oh, well, okay. I guess I'll just continue then.
Yes, please, keep telling me about your problems.
Yes.
It makes me feel like a bigger person. Yuri nods.
Yeah. Well, Natsuki has that kind of a blunt attitude, you know? It made me feel like she wasn't taking the club seriously. I couldn't even figure out why she wanted to join. I saw her friends talking to her in the hallway during lunch, and they were just so mean to her. Telling her to grow up and stuff like that the literature club would help her grow out of her manga. It just made me so mad, like, just let her enjoy it. It makes her happy. Why are you trying to take that away from her? And when I had that thought, it was when I came to the realization that I was kind of doing the same thing, just in a roundabout way. I should have made her feel good about being passionate about something, but I just dismissed it. No, I was actually trying to avoid acknowledging it all. I even did that with you, Yuri, when you first joined the club.
Oh, so you admit it, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I remember. Fantasy isn't really my thing, so I was kind of trying to dismiss it. But then Sayuri jumped in and took over the conversation. I should have reflected on that, but I didn't, because I just let Sayuri handle it instead. And now, I'm repeating the same mistake, except I really hurt someone this time.
Ah, damn it. No, no! Get me back into the game, damn it! Thank you. Micah shakes her head.
I'm so tired of being afraid of things I'm not comfortable with. It's so stupid. Like, I can just picture how much joy it would bring Natsuki if I let her share her passion a little. I'm so angry at that her friends were treating her like that. I'm going to get them back for it.
Get them back? How?
Yeah. I'll get them back by making sure that this is the literature club that Natsuki wants, not the one that they want.
Suddenly, Sayuri bursts through the door, making Madoka and Yuri jump. With a rare, serene face, she
Stern.
marches over to... Huh? Stern. There we go. Okay. Yeah. With a rare, stern face, she marches over to Monika's desk and sits down next to her.
I'm having an intervention! I can do that because I'm vice president.
Is this about Natsuki?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I messed up. I'm super sorry. I was just talking to Yuri about it.
Really?
I was so dismissive of her passion that she felt threatened and probably were just unwelcome. Literally the opposite of what the literature club is supposed to be. I really need to make it up to her.
Oh. Yay! I did it! I did it!
Thanks for the intervention, Sayuri. I'm glad we are on the same page.
And she encourages her. Wow. All she did was walk in the door.
Gotta feed the delusions.
Friendship wins again! So, how do you want to make up to her?
I have a plan. Sayuri, do you know if Natsuki is coming to the club meeting today?
She's... I don't think she is.
I see.
Monika was afraid of that, not because of her plan, but because she's facing the consequences of the damage that she's inadvertently caused. But the only way to do the right thing is to face it head on. It's so easy to just duck away from conflict and wait for it to blow over. But that's not enough. To truly respect someone's feelings after you've hurt them is to face them and admit your wrongdoing. Not the wrongdoing of mismanaging the club, but the wrongdoing of disrespecting Natsuki's feelings.
Okay. Do you think you can get her to come to the meeting tomorrow?
We can do that.
Okay, awesome. Yuri, you don't have to worry about anything, but thank you for being my friend. You're a good listener.
Fidgeting with her hair, Yuri turns away to hide a smile.
Well, I guess for today, it's going to be a pretty quiet club meeting. I'm going to step out for a bit. Is that okay?
I'm just gonna go read with Yuri. Hey, is this one of Natsuki's books? How come it's all here?
Sayori picks up a manga that was resting on the adjacent desk.
Oh, that, Natsuki probably just left it out by accident.
Nah, stop lying. You're capping.
What?
But I thought she hasn't been coming to the club? Something's kinda sus here.
Actually, Monika's been...
Okay, Yuri, I'm sure you was just someone else who was using this classroom then, okay?
Monika smiles at them both. Then, with a wave, she exits the clubroom.
Sus.
I really shouldn't have let that out.
Hold on just a second. There we go. Okay.
If Sayuri catches on, she'll definitely tell Natsuki, and that would get really awkward. Now, I wonder if there's a keyboard I could borrow from the music room.
Keyboard. Huh.
Gotta write a wonderful song for my friend.
The time for the next club meeting has already arrived. Monika and Yuri are the first to arrive.
I'm so worried. Do you think Sayuri is going to be able to bring Natsuki?
Yes,
How do you know?
I don't. Anyway, still, if anything, I mean, it is Sayori we're talking about here.
You know, you're right.
Time slowly passes. Monika sits, then stands up to pace around, and then sits again, and then stands up, paces around some more, then sits again, then trips, then gets back up, and paces around. Yuri's eyes don't move from her book. Then, the door finally opens. Sayori marches inside. Behind her, Natsuki, shuffling inside, nervously looking around the room.
We're here! Do-do-do-do.
Welcome back.
Monika, the club president, stands up and greets them with a smile. Sayori picks a desk and takes a seat. Natsuki sits close next to her. Looking back and forth between the club members, Monika is stuck with a nostalgic feeling. Getting close. She would stand at the front of the club room just like this, struggling to picture just how many who may eventually be sitting before her. But imagination was never enough to predict how unique and diverse each member would be. Each with her own struggles, her own reasons for seeking the vision that Monika had. Admittedly, so vaguely adverse, seeking trust, understanding, respect. What new lessons will the future hold for the literature club? Realizing she's getting ahead of herself, Monika takes a deep breath and returns to the present.
Okay, everyone. The literature club is starting. We have an activity planned for today.
Monika turns around to face the chalkboard. On it she was writing manga in big letters.
Today, we're gonna learn from an expert about the unique form of literature, manga.
Oh, come on! Isn't this kind of forced? I know you don't actually want to do this, so just...
Monika shakes her head.
Natsuki. This is the hardest part. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. After making it this far, it would be easy to just smile and move on. But that's not enough. Not this time.
I'm sorry. It was wrong of me not to take you seriously when you were kind enough to show interest in my club. I thought about it, and I realized how biased I was against manga. It caused me to disrespect you, and I'm sorry. But I think you deserve to be able to share your passion with us. So, can I make it up to you?
Well, thanks, but I know you're only doing this because I already told you to.
Wait a minute, that's not true. Monica planned this all by herself. Like, I didn't even get the chance to talk to her.
I was witness as well. I witnessed it. Now she needs to spray her face with silver paint.
This is the Literature Club. The Literature Club is a place where everyone gets to be themselves. We all have our own interests and our differences. It's my vision to let us freely express that. And it's my goal to respect everyone for them. So I just want to learn about the things that make you happy. I think that you deserve to share that joy as much as everyone else does. Is that okay?
How do I keep doing this to myself? Okay. Click the window that's supposed to be clicked on so that you can move on to text. Thank you. Natsuki looks away and hesitates.
But it's really dumb. The stuff I'm into.
Monica smiles. She kneels in front of Natsuki's desk, looking her straight in the eyes.
If you like it, then it's not dumb.
Oh, except for me.
Yep, she's dumb.
Sayuri, you're not dumb either.
What the heck? You guys are so weird. Fine, I'll show you some of my manga. Only because you admitted that it's literature after all.
Natsuki stands up.
Oh yeah, I didn't say this before, but I'm actually into writing too. I'm kind of a pro. But I didn't want you to like me just for that.
Wow, really? I really did have you all wrong, Natsuki.
Yeah, whatever. Today's not about that anyway, right? It's about manga, so I hope you're ready.
Okay, for a second that was the end. But no, it keeps going.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. A week has passed since Natsuki returned to the Literature Club. Since then, the club activities have been in full swing. Each club member had received a day in the spotlight to share all of their favorite kinds of literature with each other. As another meeting draws to a close, Monica approaches Natsuki on the way out.
Natsuki, are you in a hurry home or anything?
Me? Not particularly, why?
Oh, there was just something that I wanted to show you, if you had a few minutes.
Sure, what is it?
It's not in here. Can you follow me to the music room?
The music room? Why?
Well, you'll see. You know, I was thinking back.
Hold on just a second, I'm just looking at this right now. This is the first time I've ever seen the music room. I didn't even know it existed in this game.
Yeah, they talk about it, but we've never seen it.
Yeah. Let's see, hold on, I'm trying to see if there's a piano. Oh wait, there it is, right there. There's a little short piano, but still it's there.
Hey, in the back, there's a big old piano. Behind her. When the club was just me and Sayuri, we would talk about how we envisioned the club to turn out. We cared a lot about it being a place where people could express themselves. And she said something strange to me. She said I was trying to make the club that I needed myself more than anyone. But I think it wasn't until you joined that I fully understood that. Because you really taught me a lot about myself. Like, things that I was probably always too stubborn to admit.
Oh, come on, you can't mean that. I didn't even do anything. I just, like, brought a bunch of manga and then I got fussy when I didn't have my way. It was really stupid of me to make such a big deal out of it.
No, I honestly needed it. If you didn't express that you were hurt, I would have never realized that I did something wrong. Besides, your feelings are valid. They deserve to be heard and respected.
Is this a game? Yes, yes, it's mostly a game. It's called DokiDoki Literature Club. It's a
Mostly
visual. Well, yes. Okay, it's partly a game, mostly a story. How about that? Better?
It's a game.
visual-
It's a
well,
game
visual
completely. It's completely a game.
Well, visual novel is a genre of gaming.
Yeah, visual novels.
so-
But it's also a story.
Well, a visual novel.
Stories
a visual
are in
story.
games.
Yeah.
But this is a super story, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this one lets
Anyway.
you like be more engaged into the story, not like you can't exactly like skip over it.
Mm-hmm.
But like, how do you win? You win. You win by reading.
By finishing
Like a
the
story.
Win
story.
by only Monica.
Yeah, don't spoil it yet for them.
Oh my god.
It's just really hard to feel that way sometimes. You know, like I really shouldn't care about what other people think in the first place. But when you're just criticized by everyone around you for being a certain way, it can get really hard to just brush it off. And it makes me start to feel like I'm the problem. Like I'm not doing enough to please everyone else. Am I being too entitled if I just want people to like me without having to hide a bunch of stuff about myself? I don't think I am. I just wish that sometimes people would try to appreciate me for who I actually am.
Monica listens. She recalls vividly knowing Natsuki's friends were treating her, and how naturally they did so. How long has she been fighting against that? Refusing to change for others?
I could only wish I was as strong as you are, Natsuki. You're so honest with yourself. I'm like, always trying to come up as perfect for other people. Anytime there's a hint of contention, I just crumble.
Okay, also extra. So, the story. The story is about these four girls who start up a literature club. And then eventually the main character ends up joining in the club with them. But that comes a little bit later. This is like a kind of what? Prequel? Yeah, it's more like a prequel to the main story.
But it's thanks to you that I really started thinking about this stuff. You really inspired me to start working on it.
Well, like I said, I didn't even do anything.
You were just being yourself. That's all you needed to do. Also, there's something else.
Monica takes a breath.
The thing is, I might have read a little bit of your manga.
What? You? What the heck? Why didn't you tell me?
I'm sorry, I think I just felt like kind of embarrassed to admit it after I gave you such a hard time about it.
I can't believe you, of all people, were reading manga behind my back. That's so funny.
Yeah, well, I just flipped through one of them out of curiosity, but I ended up reading a whole bunch of it. But I mean, one of the characters was in a literature club. What are the chances, right?
Yeah, what are the chances?
You were reading Parfait Girls? Wow, you have good taste.
Just one volume. And I kind of just picked it out randomly.
Well, you have good intuition then. You have to tell me all your favorite parts.
Well, I think it was some kind of weird fate. Because the character isn't just in the literature club, she also plays piano. It's just weird because I've always wanted to learn piano. She was like the perfect person that I always wish I was if I just did what I wanted instead of always second guessing myself.
Monica walks over to the piano and sits down. There it is!
Aw.
A new image.
I always felt like I should only share the absolute best parts of myself, the parts that will impress people and make them like me more. But after you joined the club, I really realized how self-destructive that mentality is. We share things because we want to express ourselves. Sharing experiences allows us to share emotions. And I just felt like I wanted to show you this, because if it wasn't for you, I never would have started playing.
You know what? Monica's face is actually a lot shorter than I expected.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean by shorter?
Like, for some reason, I picture her face sticking out further out. I don't know why. Anyway, so Natsuki.
Hey, I think the credit for that one goes to Parfait Girls, not me.
No. Well, maybe it's true that Parfait Girls put the thought into my head. But it was still you who inspired me to keep practicing every day. How long did you practice, girl?
Every day?
Every day.
Because, you just make me feel like I want to do something. I should just do it. I mean, I still haven't been practicing for very long. And I'm not really any good at it yet, like, at all. But I wrote a song for the club. And I worked really, really hard on it. It doesn't have any words or anything, but, well, yeah.
Called Big Booty Bitches.
That was a change of vibe.
Big booty bitches at the big booty bitches, big booty.
Oh wait, no, this is legit playing a song though.
I did not expect this.
Why does this sound like a memorial song?
Well, it kind of
Like
is.
they died.
I mean,
It's memorial time. We have the
I mean,
pictures. Usually black and white.
I already died like at least once.
She does. But that's not. You'll see eventually. But yeah, this is an interesting way to end things off.
I guess they became friends, and then she got clapped.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Ooh, Myth, welcome to the stream.
Oh wow!
Yee.
And thus is the semi-end of the backstory between the four girls.
Well, yeah. That's a different ending than the original story, for sure.
Well, it is a prequel after all.
That's all.
Your streams. That's all. Let's see. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I said that. That's all.
That was so good.
It was?
Yeah, are you kidding? You're like already a pro.
Not even close.
Did that song have a name? You said it was about the club, so...
Yeah. It's called My Song, Your Note. Because everyone brings something so unique to the club. It's completely different from how I first imagined it, I think.
Okay. Also, extra funky. It's close to the end of what we're gonna do with this game. As for the stream itself, it's still semi up in the air, depending on how much time everyone has.
But I was like, such a selfish perfectionist. It shouldn't be about me. It should be about everyone. And it's all of you who helped shape the club into what it is. It would never change that. I would never change that.
Well... I think that's really thoughtful. And... kind of flattering. I kind of feel like I don't deserve this much validation. I wasn't exactly very patient either when I first joined the club. Makes me feel like I should probably apologize too. I think I was just really fed up with a lot of things and I got frustrated after not getting my way in the club. So, yeah. I really didn't mean to take it out on you. I was being really immature. If you get my stubborn butt to apologize, I guess you're doing something right.
It's fine. I'm past it too. I think we're already even. But it's really sweet that you were thinking about it. It takes a lot of maturity to reflect on things on that kind of thing.
Well, I wonder who I got it from. Oh, never mind. Well, anyway, we're even as long as you let me keep my manga in the club room. You did admit that it's a form of literature. You totally can't take that back now.
You got me. The cloud is all yours.
I'll tell you what. I'll bring in a little something for the club tomorrow. I want to do something nice in return.
What kind of little something?
A bomb. Oh, you'll see.
I'll see.
Hold up, you said the bomb, right?
Don't think you'll be disappointed.
I just realized the timing of the bomb joke was,
Yeah, let's not talk about this.
What? Never mind.
Yeah.
Hey, the next
because
club
the-
meeting ends up being a.
Yeah.
Oh.
Day.
Also, let's see. So it's
I
like
don't
a
know what
drama
day
manga?
today is. Now I do.
Oh, well.
Oh yeah,
Number
that's right. I
11.
remember now. But I mean, that's only if you're talking about airplanes, though.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
not
yeah.
go on a tangent that could get iffy.
I mean, what's wrong with talking about? Anyway, but Funky. Let's see. Yeah, this is kind of like a drama manga. It's kind of like a drama manga. All right, cool. And that is the end of the side story.
Nice.
So, with that out of the way, I'm gonna go ahead and end our little voicing session here. For everyone who's just here for the DokiDoki Literature Club, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. For everyone else, I'm gonna go ahead and roll over to the next thing. So, with you guys, you guys still have time to stick around for longer? Because I'm gonna go ahead and do the marbles thing, where I mentioned before, whoever wins